Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
I can't even count this high.
Says time to watch my favorite streamer root.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
How are you, Mr. Chlorokin?
My internet does not like me today, says one Patrick Casper. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that my hair is on fleek, I believe, to say a phrase dated about a decade too late. Indeed, you've never seen anything like this. I present to you the man, the myth, the legend. We have now sprouted leaves on the tree. That's right. And all of you are going to deal with this. Every last one of you is just going to take it. And there's nothing you can do about it. Goddamn right. Hello. Lucas is here. Spooky is here. 2 first chatters in one day. Incredible. Haxor is here. Paro, FG. What's up? How y'all doing today? I've tried to fan it out so that it has extra strength. You know what I'm saying? You see that? You know, this is going to get to a point where I'm going to have like a foot-long stalk up there. And like, it's going to get to the point where Twitch is going to have to hit me up and do something about it. Blaze is here. How you doing? A-Lion over on YouTube. What's up, gangster? How you doing? I'll try not to rob you. If you let me know what J-code you're in, I'll avoid it. But you probably shouldn't share your J-codes. Gravy is here. What's going on? Gravy just hit me up on Discord. I got a couple unread DMs from him. I'll dox later. But he's been working on getting his server set back up. I think his server shit the bed. Feels good, man. Well, that you got it back. Not that it died. Getting ready for bed, but I say hi to my favorite streamer. Hell yeah, FG. You have a wonderful sleep, yeah? Mr. Scotty is here. Mr. Fish is here. What up? What up? Haxor is getting his starbase attacked. Uh-oh. Parody subscribed. Oh, God. Patrick is here. Pagel subscribed. What up? Parody. Pagel. Sorry, Dwayne? No, Pagel. What up, guys? Gals, Fados, friends, food. Caesar's here. Rumor has it he's the GOAT. I don't know if it's true or not. Spectator, what up? You need your face now to join his Discord. Discord will require a face scan or ID for full access next month. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. So if you guys didn't hear, Discord is fishing for an IPO. Yeah. So they're about to become, as the children say that don't know what capitalism is yet, enshittified. It's the funniest thing, like people that read the article define coining and shitification, like they read it, they're like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But like motherfuckers will not read a book no matter what you do. For you guys who have read that article and you're like, oh, that makes sense, but you haven't read any theory, like, dude, it keeps making sense. That's all. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Skinta, what up? Palm tree hair day? Hell yeah. I personally think it's a hell of a look, you know? I've always secretly kind of admired like African hair, how you can do all sorts of cool things with it. This is my attempt at doing cool things with my boring straight hair. Yvonne is here. What up, gangster? 53-minute ref timer. I didn't know about the IPO. Yeah, they're fishing for an IPO. That's why this shit's happening. Discord's been a bit like Reddit. You guys know the story about Reddit? How Reddit was just like a website and they didn't really know how to make money and they didn't really know what they had. But when AI came, they're like, oh my God, we're gazillionaires, right? Okay. Discord's a little bit like that. They've like struggled to make money on this bitch, but they've known how powerful and ubiquitous and it is the only way to communicate, like in the internet nowadays. It's ridiculous. So what's happening is now is the time to make a move. Now is when Discord will inshitify or do its job under capitalism, which is to essentially continue to rent, seek, siphon money from the working class and essentially make the product unusable without tithing us, whether it be mentally, emotionally, financially, physically. So I digress. Discord has always sucked. What's up, Ink Meta? But you're about to see it suck at a new level in the next 2 years. It's gonna, I have 3 Discords I use. One of them is a small one I can transfer off, but I have 2 big Discords. Like, I'm gonna have to eventually migrate them off at some day. You know, and we're gonna lose everybody. It's just how it is, but it's okay. Didn't suck money until now. Wait, who's Corey? Sorry? My homie Space Nerds. Take care, FG. Hope you have an awesome day. Excuse me. It is an absolute pleasure to see you guys. I'm just gonna get it out of the... Oh, okay. So I'm actually not referencing... Okay, he's the guy that wrote the article? Okay. No, I'm referencing... So Corey's the guy who wrote the article and the accompanying book, yeah? I'm saying that if you've read Corey's article and you're like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Like, you need to read Marxist theory. Sorry, that's all. I'll just leave it at that because it continues to make sense. That's the whole point. A lot of people will read this like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. That's why everything sucks. It's like, well, no. And shitification is simply the prescription for what a company will do with certain conditions. That's all. Has nothing to do with anything new. I can't imagine this going well with the Linux crown. Linux already hates Discord. My Linux, we hate Discord. My Linux Discord, we hate Discord. We hate it, we hate it, we hate it. However, there's a major balance. And this is why people still use Twitter, right? Because like you quite literally are torn between onboarding noobs or using a more ethical platform. Same thing with Twitter. It's like, because dumbasses still use it, you know, like certain people feel like they have to use it still. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, I've read the whole article. Yeah. I forgot the dude's name that wrote it. All I'm trying to say, Parody, is that if this is interesting to you, you need to read Marxist theory. That's all. We need to go back to IRC. Interesting. You know, this chat right here is based on IRC. What's up, Freya? How you doing? This chat we're typing in right now, this is actually IRC backbone. This is all sent through IRC protocol. Isn't that cool? That's why we can have plugin or apps like this. This is not. This is through Google's own, YouTube's own shit. So you can't actually use third-party apps for it. So there's a couple of there's a couple of different things. Matrix is out right now. Matrix is kind of like a activity pub style Discord ish thing. It's not very good though. That's true. Yeah, you did, Parody. Good man. That's right. But Matrix is really not adoptable. A lot of people don't like it. I'm just going to be real. IRC is very good still. You know, I would personally consider running an IRC as Discord continues to deteriorate.
Autopilot jumping.
But here's the deal. Most people are not going to use it. So, for example, I could use the Linux IRC, or I could use an IRC for Linux, but the problem is people that are switching or just trying it for the first time, they don't want to fucking use IRC. I mean, what's up, Zeticus? What's up, Techno Troll? Spooky gifting a sub to Lucas. Spooky's gifted 23 subs in this channel. Spooky, what are you doing? Stop that. Stop that. You're banned from subbing, young man. Let me fix my palm tree. Hold on. There we go. Looking good, bro. Looking good. There we go. Now I'm feeling fresh. Wait, this one's a little low over here.
Sergeant_Blazy says palm tree.
I tied it up with a hairband and I was gonna like wrap it up into like a top knot man bun kind of deal. But like I saw it like this, so I was like, hell yeah, dude. That's what Chad needs right now. Anyway, long story short, I have no plumbing in my house. My house is a piece of shit and has died. So my life has been very miserable and will continue to be miserable for some time. But it'll be fixed sooner rather than later. And I still have, you know, lots of other things. So life goes on. Yeah, it's okay. Jokey Pokey, what's going on? Definitely not looking for any sympathy or empathy here. Don't worry about that. I'm good. But what I will say, well, I have sewer and I can pour water into the back of the toilet. So I'm actually good there. But the lines have froze and I'll have to replace them all. And it's going to cost me a lot of money. So it's not gross, but that's okay. No, we're good. We're good. What's up, Bang Biscuit? Moved apartments. Last complex had plumbing. Yeah, I mean, I own the building, so it's a shitty little shack. I own it, so this is my problem. Jogi is the Korean word for there. Is interesting. Waffles and cyanide. What up, Ivy? So yeah, I'm evolving for sure. I'm trying to fix this, so it's like even sweeter. You've experienced plumbing? No, I can't actually replace the lines in the crib. What's up, Spud? Excuse me, I misread that. How you doing? Plumbing problems? Would your toilet like get backed up or something? So for me, it's because of the cold snap. And some other things I won't get into, but nothing really crazy. I actually didn't do anything wrong this time other than hire the wrong person to fix the problem. That's all I did wrong. So it's my fault, but like I didn't do it intentionally. Yvonne says, I wish you had your problems right now. What do you got? What do you got? I show up and you're looking like an Alolan Diglett. I don't know what this one is, but I know this. Yeah. What do you think, J-Dubs? You think I can pull this off or is this too much? You think if I got a girlfriend, I'm just joking, but if I went on like a date or something like that, you think the person would, they'd turn me away because of my hair? JW, you said I can pull it off. Aw, that's the sweetest thing I've ever been told. Thanks, bud. One thing I noticed about streaming, especially Eve, is like Eve's kind of a boring game. I'm sorry, I know. So that's why people like Crash Naps. Like, it's entertaining to watch because these dudes are just, goofy. Ever since I realized like we can be goofy on stream and it's almost more fun to watch, I've been kind of embracing myself and my silly little quirks. Yeah, hit me. I'm no longer on the Antuloro game. What happened? How's the cat? The cat's great. She's actually... So I have a couch in this room that I've turned on its side. It's like standing up now. And the cat's on top of that. She's like in the corner and she's staring directly at me right now. You're the best. You're my favorite kitty. Yeah, she's good. She is all good. Don't want to burn your stream, but my sister was dying, came back, and she passed away last Friday. Today was a funeral. Yvonne, I'm very sorry. I don't know anything about death. I can't tell you anything good or bad. I can't console you, but, my DMs are open if you want to chat, bro. And I wish you happy healing, and I'll celebrate her life in my own way. JW says he released the Eva Deal episode and understood my funny alliance name. Tech Priest is here. What's up, buddy? Yeah, she's looking down at me like the duck in the pathetic meme. Yeah, you guys are more than welcome to share like bad times in your life or stuff that happens to you. I generally like read them and like react as honestly as I can and we move on. But what's cool is like, you know, I'll still be here when things are better and we can, you know, continue to grind. So anything new in Eve? Obviously we talked about this. Have they fixed this at all? Have they talked about this at all? Because the more I think about this, the more mad I get. Tech says I switched to Linux. Ruh-roh. Somebody was talking about some issue on Linux yesterday and I couldn't help them and I felt bad. Same here, same here. He released the Everdale episode and understood my funny alliance name. So basically, Loru did a thing that flipped you on him. Nice. Good for you, J-Dubs. Good for you. Loru rated me the other day. That boy had like 850,000 viewers. I don't know what's going on over there. That kid is not fucking around. I don't know how... Listen, I'm going to speak candidly. Maybe Laura's in the chat, but like, how is Laura going to transition out of Eve? That's like, as a viewer, that's my question, you know? Like, he may never want to, but like, he probably could. How's he going to transition out of that? You know, Chance Ravine tried to do that too, and I don't think he was successful. I mean, Lord knows I can't do that. I'm just an Eve guy. The only issue I'm having on Eve is the camera spins. Oh, was that you that was talking about that? The camera spins, yeah? That's bizarre. I've heard two people now say something about the camera spinning. So I gotta say, let me just button this up. I'm gonna just give you a little tiny review of this. There's an event going on, starting I guess today for like a week or whatever, or whatever. And I really don't understand this event. I really don't understand what the point of it is, who it's for, why they even bother doing this. I don't get it. But this is like, the way this works is it's not real PvP. If you're actually going for a prize, it's not real PvP. It's strictly ship trading, right? Strictly. Like, if you actually go out there and try to shoot people and have a good time normally, you will never, ever, 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 ever make a dime off of this contest. That's my opinion. So the prizes will only go to people that do ship trading, like trading ships and all their alts and blah, 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 right? So, like, is it for multi-bot? Is it for blocks? Like, is this an event for them to, like, get free plex? Like, who is this for? Like, I could make a whole video on why this is confusing and weird. From the mechanics to the conception to the timing. I don't understand this, and I would love to understand it. Maybe there's something from a business perspective I'm not understanding about this from CCP's angle. I don't get it. I'm not even mad. I'm just dumbfounded. But this makes less sense to me than like almost anything I've seen from them. That doesn't mean it's bad. People will have fun doing it. It's probably a net positive, but if somebody can answer the question of who is this for, that would be great. Because it sure seems like it's for people that are going to collude to the maximum level and rig the whole thing and just shoot up to the top. That's what it seems like it's for. This was there because originally this wasn't there, but then they realized people would be able to ship trade easily. That's my guess. And then like, oh, let's put a silly restriction on it. And now it's just blocks are just going to show up with all their alt swarms and different ships with a spreadsheet, you know? They'll do needle jacks to make it happen. It is a tremendously stupid event, unless I'm missing something, which I'm willing to admit is a possibility. But it normally, like, this sounds like I'm raging, but it's more just like a whoa. What is this? I think Zealous posted it. I don't know who posted it. Hey, looks great today. Thank you, Ingenic. Let's get blobbed on. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's definitely bad vibes, this thing. I gotta admit. like even the FAQ is unhinged. So if I had to do this event, I would say, you know, you need to make it PvP. You need to make it random instanced filaments. So you 1v1 against people in a queue, so that there's competitive integrity, so that you can't just insta-rig each block. Alalan variant? Okay. Alalan variant. This guy. Okay. That's pretty esoteric reference, bro. I don't think I would have got that. He's talking about a variant on a Diglett. JW, I appreciate it. You have the right kind of autistic spin on things, my friend. I love it. Ria with 3 streams watched in a row. Yeah, I've never seen this event, Lucas, but that doesn't mean they haven't done it. This event is the type of thing that it looks like it's a Valentine's event. It looks like it's a new player PvP friendly event, but in reality, it's just going to put a lot of plex in a lot of colluding players' wallets. Period. Is that what we want? Okay. I guess I sound like a hater, but I'm still waiting for a counter argument. If someone has it, hit me for real. I'm just gonna dick around in JSpace, chill out with chat today. Talk about my corp, talk about Eve, read stuff. Eve, though, you know what it is. Exploits are here to stay. Well, no, there's no talk of exploits. This is just a questionable event, right? Goons have that. Well, I mean, goons in it, these large groups ostensibly could have a lot of success doing this, is the bet. But then you have people like our dear friend Rizio, who makes like thousands of accounts. Like, maybe this person will do it. Just go through the motions. I don't know. I mean, alpha accounts can fly half the damn ships. There's half the points. Glorkin, I wish I could watch your streams more often. I can't even catch it with your Nomad's Tale still at 14. That's okay. I guess I put out a lot of content. The truth is that the streams, Fardo, they're pretty lowbrow. They're totally missable. It's just me goofing around, talking to people, talking about Eve and life. But I appreciate you wanting to watch more. They're always here. I do put them in the playlist if you ever need content, but like you said, you're still backlogged. So thank you for coming by. Hope you have an awesome week. Supposed to motivate more solo PvP? Yeah. 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 So what this kind of strikes me as is like a community team doing an event, but possibly, and I'm trying to be nice because I've talked to a lot of these guys, and they're just literally just like us. They're just people doing the best they can. But this one kind of seems like it slipped through the cracks. Nobody really fact checked where this was going to head or who this was for. That's kind of what it seems like to me, and it's just honestly, I'm sorry, but it's embarrassing. Like, it is embarrassing. Which, you know, if that's not what you want to hear, I think we're going to have to make sure we release events that make sense. CCP can do well, they can do poor, they can do nothing. I'm just here to call balls and strikes and play the game and enjoy it as a player. We were talking about dumping shit into a structure and wormhole, delivery them to a random people, let it go, abandon it, kill it, then kill all the ships. Yeah, I mean, if that works, parody, that's hilarious. It's genius. I'd call your streams a good BS session with friends and there's something on the screen in the background. Yeah, I think that's probably the most honest description. Glor over here fact shaming. Now, the truth is that, like, sometimes I feel bad when I rail on CCP or like a patch or something like that, but I literally have no choice. I have to. The second I'm like, oh no, this is okay, is the second I'm no longer having fun. So, for example, how long did I spend glazing the Odysseus? Even though I pointed out, like, okay, it's not the end all be all, it's too expensive, it's brilliant design, it's awesome, it's avant-garde in Eve's sense, it's like an AT ship level of bonus. It's also impactful, like, players want to fly it really badly, and that's a good ship design. But there are things that are fucking stupid. And this event is one of them. How's the stream been so far? I just started about 20 minutes ago. So still talking to people, saying hi. John, good to see you. John Clare, is that it? Just showing off my freshest hairstyle. It's a pleasure to see y'all. Hello. Let's see what the subreddit's talking about. Usually this is like a good way to see when they really fuck up. Anybody talking about the events? Is there no talk about the events here? Or did I miss it? What the hell? There's no post about the event on the front page? There you go. That's good. What? Did I miss it? Yo, where's the post about the event? What? What up, Sphinx? How you doing? Is this it? No. What the fuck? Yo, is there literally no post on Reddit about this PvP event? What the if someone finds it, link it to me, because I feel like I can't find it. What the fuck? Wow. You know, that's if you're hearing me say this and you're wondering why it's such a big deal, it's like this is like, you know, Eve is still, our Eve is still, people post here a lot, especially from the nullsec angle. And for the idea that nobody's commenting on it, nobody even posted a thread that's on the front 3 pages is like, wow, that must be a tremendously uninteresting event. Spud, take care. Good to see you, and I'll see you soon. I'll be streaming all throughout the week. Of course, I need you guys to distract me from my broken ass house. Homefront started as something that would get new bros to fly together, but just evolved into bot farm content, says Perry. Finally saw N16. Hey, nice, Yvonne. I'm glad you got to watch it. Did you like it? He says, good job on the Abyssal Cindy scoop rolls. Hell yeah. Mahoninator, what up, buddy? He says, Señor Clorocan, ¿cómo estás, amigo? I'm well, thank you for asking. How are you? ¿Cómo estás? Mr. Willis over on YouTube, what up, gangster? Fardo says, I was inspired to start my own nomad trip. Hell yeah. Good luck. Share your adventure with me. I'd love to hear it. They forgot the event track? Dude, an event track would have made this make more sense. Because then everybody could have just grinded it. But they did it a leaderboard, like a ladder. I got to get off this topic. What up, Slimy? But the event is like rage inducing. I'm gonna start recording a miniseries this week. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What is the miniseries on? This will either temper or expand my interest. Muy bien. De nada. Stir fry. What up, gangster? That's my corpy right there. Especially about the Tengu. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Vaughn. Yeah, it's a ton of work to make them shits, but it's worth it, right? A couple glitches here and there, mistakes, but the idea is I get to share what I've been doing over the past 5-6 months with you guys. Super cool. People still watching now. Probably this week we'll watch episode 15 and then type up notes for it and then watch episode 16 next week. Might take us 2 days to watch each. I think your hair is getting taller. I know, it's growing. Benner, what up? What's planned for this beautiful evening? So I'm in a stare right now. I'm going to take a relic site or two, and then I'll just take some gas. There's literally tons of gas around me, so I'll probably get bored halfway through it. Found a book that's supposed to be an ISK making strategy guide. Like a physical book? Is it written by AI? Not sure I have enough inspiration to share my adventure tales. Okay. Hardo. Fair enough. Keep your secrets then. You keep your secrets. No, I'm kidding. Sharing it for me is actually a big part of it. But I can tell you when I'm finished with the episode, it's nice just to go back to my own thing and not turn the camera on. Your hair reminds me of Executor. Yeah. Someone was saying a Diglett with a special modification on it. I think Executor is pretty close, right? Gave Frontier a shot. It's taking most of my time with them. Yeah, I heard Frontier from Laura was like a survival version of Eve. We'll eventually try it when I get bored. I'm gonna give it more time to cook. Yeah, JW, that sounds fun. It's just stress that you're like going back in time. Make it like a time machine series. It'd be fun. You can post it on my Discord if you want to get some eyeballs on it. I'm sure Reddit would take it too, but have a buddy post it instead of yourself. It's my advice. I'll definitely check out episode 1. If I like it, I'll keep watching for sure. The Blackheart says, good afternoon. What up? What up? What up? William Stark, how you doing? What's going on? Let's call it a wolf tail and leave it at that. You call it whatever you like, my friend. I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to be alive. I may have no running water, but you know what? I have bottled water and high spirits. We'll see what comes out of it, but worth a try and a fun project. I mean, if you have fun with it, it's worth it, right? That's it. If a Nomad Tail had 10 views on each video, it would be hard to say it wasn't worth it because the experience was amazing. The views and stuff is like actually kind of like a little bonus, I'd say. Anyway, hello. How are ya? I'm gonna stare right now. We'll look at some relics real quick, and then I'll hop on some of these gas clouds. We'll browse the Eve internet, talk about game mechanics, life, liberty, and whatever the hell else comes up. Is there enough content to be engaging? I got it, but not much to do there. I've been creating a corp, slowly trying to find an identity. A big part of our identity certainly is going to be Tabbits here moving forward. It's pretty fascinating, actually, what that place looks like. I've been playing in it pretty much all week. It's been a real treat. I think Tabby is probably going to hold my interest for quite some time based on what I've been experiencing so far. We'll see. Just fishing for a big can, that's all. Not really interested in these little baby ones. Back to corp stuff. There you go. There you go. Yeah, so I have a secondary corp for the stream called Chloro Kitties. That's what I'm talking about when I say Tabbets here. But this is the Jolly Ranchers you're watching right now. This is Saturago. Run it back, baby! Just necked myself on a 60. Because I'm a man, that's why. Let's try to avoid damage now, because I can't think. Let's go this way instead. Hello there! I'll take my money, please. There's 68 million in that can. 68 million ISK. You could buy a Scythe fleet issue with that. You've convinced me to spin a Blop Sig? Hell yeah. Honestly, kind of hard to make the Blops work. From a casual angle. If you already have people willing to do it and stuff, sure. Kind of hard to make it work. My experience at UW9 is that there's really not that many targets to even go for, period. Despite the number of systems and activity. For just a couple of guys. So it makes it pretty awkward when you have people that don't hunt, I've noticed. It's like everything we can catch, we can kill solo, so why do we need an army? You know what I'm saying? It's just awkward. But it's fine, whatever. I'll keep figuring it out. Maybe I'll move them around at some point. I mean, I've been doing it for like months now, and I've seen one carrier ratting. I've seen like literally like 3 Marauders total ratting, and they were like clearly not siege because they booked. One of them was on a gate. Too many people nearby for me to go for him. Just awkward. I can tell you that, like, you know, 29 out of 30 Ishtars just warp off when you hit system. but that's still your main target, so it ends up being a little frustrating. So I'm not sure what to do with that yet. I thought there'd be more targets to go for, at least if we were persistent. But it's definitely a bit of a skill issue, you know? This is not OG yet. Let's give it 5 years. What, on Twitch? But I would say, truthfully, the Blops has not been as fun as I'd hoped. And that's not like me doing anything other than just being honest. Fishy, fishy. That was smart. That was smart. This shit's getting cooked for sure.
Skill training completed.
Uh-oh, what's that? What is that noise? I'm hearing noises. I'm hearing noises! Don't you give me bits, I'll give you bits. Thanks, Vector. What's going on? Someone tried to light a covert Sino on my Ishtar and a cheetah earlier, but I got alpha by the rats while I was spinning in my drones. Yeah, that happened to me once or twice. Well, something similar to that. I was also inspired in training into a counter to a Sin, an Alpha, and a Panther, and then hunting all. Figure that should be enough to at least start. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so the thing is, like, yeah, I don't really know how to proceed in that. I'm still thinking about what to do there. But I'd say if you're going to do, like, UW9 group, you should probably restrict it to hunters only, right? I made the mistake of thinking that it was going to be more targets, right? So I figured we could stack blops and we could kill marauders when they pop up. They're just not there. So I have like 3 hunters and like 10 other guys that don't hunt, right? So it's totally pointless now the more I think about it, right? So I don't really know what to do with it. Like there's just not enough things for us to kill. Way too much firepower, way too much waiting around. In hindsight, if I had to do it again, I would say don't let anybody in that can't hunt to the blop's sake. Makes sense, but I just didn't understand how it was going to work. So I'll probably keep working at it and chipping away at it. I'm not going to give up, but I might tweak some things here and there over time. What don't you like about the blob scene? Oh, I like it. I like it. I just think that we need more hunters, right? But I don't want to make people feel bad because they joined with... I had the wrong idea is the point. I thought we would need more DPS, and the hunting we would catch people no matter what. But the truth is, like, we need more people spread out looking for targets at all times. And honestly, I gotta admit, it's a pain in the ass moving people around that don't have their own Sinos, truthfully. So, I mean, I'll continue to think about it, and we'll figure out something, but, you know. But, like, when we're out hunting, like, in UW9, and I have a guy that doesn't even hunt, he's like, hey, we should be doing this. It's like, I don't think that's the case. Respect to Okazime, but you know, he wants to like drop strategic cruisers and stuff instead of blops, but it's like, dude, we can't even find anything to hunt half the time. So I think there's like a major delusion in that group because of me, because of my misunderstanding. So I think probably what I'll do is I'll continue to think about it, and I'll, you know, we'll either move to somewhere else or, you know, we'll just try to get more hunters. What's up, Peter? Lots of hunters are at least able to do something else while you wait. Bring on, yeah. So, yeah. The issue is that with my hunting experience, there's just not enough targets to justify so many people waiting, and it feels terrible to go 3 hours and catch one Ishtar. Versus if you have 5 guys and every one of them hunts, like everybody can kind of just do their own thing and play the game and enjoy it. There's no like time crunch. There's no like pressure. There's no like entertaining people, you know? And I just want to stress this. Like I like my court mates. They haven't done anything wrong. I just didn't know how this was going to work. He said, I'm delusional. It's all your fault. Keck W. Yep. No, the delusion was that there'd be more targets. I didn't know so few hunters. Yeah, we have me. I've caught the vast majority of our targets myself, and I don't even know what I'm doing. Krav Ma's caught a bunch, but he also does a lot of solo work. And then it's you and Doc, and you guys have caught like 1 or 2 each. You're just starting, I get that. But, you know, it's just not going to work. So we're going to have to figure out something. There are targets, their bot scripts just dock them so fast. Well, first of all, when I say targets, I mean people that I can actually catch. And second of all, you know, I've said this 1,000 times. I'm going to say it 1,000 more times. You couldn't tell me the difference between a botter and a player if your life depended on it. You're just coping? Fair enough. Perfect, you have time to teach people? Yeah, I don't mind teaching. The thing is, like, I know for a fact I have people in the blob sig right now that aren't going to be hunting for the next 2 years. So it's kind of discouraging, I think. And it's not their fault. It's my own organizational issue. So I'm trying to figure out how to, like, make sure people aren't feeling, you know, shit on, while also making sure we do something that makes sense. So that's kind of the issue of leadership. The truth is that I'm not gonna, there's no way I'm going to deny people opportunity that have been granted it, but I'm also not going to do something delusional on my end. So we're going to find the middle ground for sure. You have time? Yeah, we teach everybody everything. That's the whole point of the corp, is sharing what we know, for sure. It's a complicated, touchy situation. I'm speaking very openly. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. I'm trying to explain to people that, like, my lineman did nothing wrong. I just planned this poorly. So they're going to be taken care of. Of course, they're going to be granted opportunity. What alliance are you in? No, I'm just by myself in my own streamer corp called ChloroKitties. The truth is, I love hunting. I think it's fun as shit. Now, I don't know about UW9 in the long run, but I love it. It's super dynamic and fun and scrappy. But, you know, I got to make sure I do things that make sense. So we'll have a talk with all the Blops guys and girls later. Well, I think it's just guys. Yeah. Yeah, if you're in the chat listening, I know Gravy's here. He's one of the guys. Like, I love you, but I think you might know what I'm talking about a little bit when I'm saying all this. Like, we got to make sure we do something that's fruitful and makes sense and has progression and also doesn't cause people to burn out on it or whatever, etc. How's the plumbing going? Not well. I have no running water, but that's okay. I'm fine. I'm living life. I am enjoying things. I'm about to censor the word plumbing. One thing I was thinking about maybe we could do with Blops is pull them back to Tabby and just like gank dum-dums who like go gating and random stuff around nearby, rather than fish at a UW9. I'm going to talk to everybody, obviously, but if we do that, it'd be way easier to just bring randos with us when we catch stuff, rather than setting a date, having people show up and killing one Ishtar over 4 hours, you know? What's up, Silver? No, it's okay. They're just, he's just trying to look after me and follow up and make sure I'm doing all right. Peter says my palm's getting higher every day. I know, it's great. One day it's going to be off the fucking camera. I'll have to point the camera up. What are you looking at? You looking at my hair? My cat's like, what up? Your way of hunting is not for everyone. Not many people can sit on a hole for 3 hours just watching the water flow. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, because my style of, this style of flight that I envisioned would work way better if everybody hunted. So I totally agree. What is it? Oh, Q, okay. I totally agree. I've had a blast dropping, but you're correct. 3 hours for one Ishtar does get old. Definitely working on hunting ASAP as far as I go, but still very valid point. Yeah, and it's going to be hard for someone to listen to this and not take it personally. But Gravy's done a good job. I think I've made my case. I think the goal would be to make Blopsing, you know, make it fun no matter what. Whatever we got to do to make it fun, we're going to do that. So I picked up Sphinx. He has a hunter ready to go, right? We have stuff ready to rock, but I'm going to talk to people and brainstorm. Probably next Sunday we'll have like a little Blops meeting instead of just grinding and figure out what we want to do. I'd love to hunt, but it's tough pulling my character out of J space back and forth. Always hard to gauge what's best in the moment. Yeah, so in your case, I would say, you know, and you are, is that Xavier Silver? I can't remember who you are. Always hard to gauge. Yeah. I mean, you guys are doing great. Like, literally, you got to do whatever's fun to you. The goal of the Blops is to make it fun enough to, like, attract people that have the tools to do it, right? Will we ever get there? I don't know. I'm bad at Eve, but I'm just going to try to be open and honest, and when something doesn't work, we're going to try to switch it. Good to see you, bro. Xavier, hope you have a good day. Maybe no sec's not a good target, and a lot of low sec regions are corpse ready to skirmish every day. As someone who hasn't done blops since, yeah. So Peter, you know, no sec is obviously fine for blopsing, but we're in a very saturated area, right? But it's not fair to say no sec's not a good target. It's a skill issue on my end. Heffel says, as someone who hasn't done blobs before and still training in it, would you be able to explain what is needed for hunting or just having the Razu and the knowledge on it to land on Ishtar? Yeah, that's it. Well, you can use a frigate. You can use like a covert ops. You can use a bomber. I don't really recommend bomber personally. You can use a prospect. And then you can use a strategic cruiser. You can use a recon ship. Depending on what you're doing, you know, I'm a big fan of tanking covert ops ships against the rats and hunting with those. For example, in the East, if you tank a buzzard with explosive hardener, it's like a 3mm module and it gives you like 30k HP against the Ishtar and the rats. So you can tank forever with just a little cov-ops. But otherwise, I'd recommend a strategic cruiser if you're going to go hunting things down. Otherwise, Arazu are really good at like stationary camping gates and grabbing people. But it's really up to you, man. They're all fine. It's all personal preference. But yeah, the skill itself is literally just landing on the thing. Obviously, blopsing involves not dying too on grid, so there's some like scrutiny involved, but I can't call myself an expert at all. I've only dropped, I mean, shit, let's just check. I have personally only killed 45 things in the Blops group. Krav Maga 25, Sphinx 1, Dr. Hex 4. So it's not like I'm literally just getting my toes wet. So don't take anything I say seriously. Just understand I'm trying to learn it as well. I have a question. Why not make educational hunting videos so it's easier to grasp in other ways? Only in corp, of course, not public videos. Some people get it better than others throughout command. I think videos are bad for guides overall from me. I know some people learn better through videos. Certainly, you know, certain things like hunting could be more visually learned, but I'd rather have people watch the hunters on Discord in real time than make a video. Whenever we hunt, we always have non-hunters watch the hunters so they learn. So crazy. Maybe 3 characters is the perfect golden ratio. Nah, you're good. Nah, there's no existential crisis. I love my blobs, people. I'm just trying to say something about this isn't working, and I got to make sure I'm the one that fixes it over the next week or two. So, Dan says, when I hear Black Ops, I imagine a concentrated harassment campaign in a region that denies resources in a targeted fashion. I mean, people do use Black Ops for that. We do hit Vapor a lot, but we don't deny them resources, in my opinion. I think they still rat around us. Yeah, don't get it wrong. I'm complaining only because I've waited a while to make a move here, and I think it's time to do it. Maybe next weekend to figure out what we're gonna do with the Blops crew. I'm very curious if we bring him to Tabby or like Enyer next door. Like, could we just drop on one of those Parallax Archons? Like, why not? They literally Sphinx. They literally go through the hole, come back, and then close the hole in low sec. It's like fucking fish in the water. I know they probably have faxes, but how much HP does a rolling carrier have? What's up, Norek? As guidelines, yeah, sure. I like making videos that do an overview of content. Like, I actually watched my sleeper cache video yesterday, and it was an overview of sleeper caches. Honestly, like, that video is better than I remember. Like, it really gives you an idea of what to expect, even though it doesn't tell you what to do, like, you know, explicitly. Well, it does, but it's not good for learning. It's good for, like, understanding the basics. Sphinx says no comments. Okay. We'll figure that out. I mean, honestly, if we put our blops next to ours in Enyer, every time we see one of these archons closing a hole, we could just, boop, insta-kill it if we had enough dudes. Put a Widow to get rid of the droney drones and kill it within like a minute. Nobody's going to undock a fax in time and get it there. Actually, they might. They could. they could have a fax ready. I used to fly in a bomber fleet back 10 years ago. It was always some kind of magic. Yeah, so I guess one thing to think about with the whole covert sino thing is if you're going to drop bombers on something, target selection is like not even an issue. You just grab something, anything that is good. But, you know, if you're going to put your blops, if you're going to put your battleships on the grid to kill stuff, like in my opinion, as a newer person to it, like you got to be very careful. We had a guy lose one because he was too slow to align out or whatever. Like his fault kind of deal, but constant move, jump between targets. That's awesome. Yeah, they probably had a lot of people hunting at once, Fardo. That's my guess. It's a combination of skill, number of people, and where you are, right? I'd rather learn the why of anything rather than how to do it. Examples are always good, of course. Yeah, no doubt. I got to make a follow-up gas video. I have a bunch of stuff. The video I'm making this month, I haven't started yet, but I've been conceptualizing it. Yeah, it's a really important video, in my opinion. I've never seen a video break down the code of JSpace like I'm gonna do ever. So people are gonna learn a bunch of shit. It's just an issue of how serious I want to get with like visuals or whether it's acceptable to do it more abstract or not. Seems like the type of thing to get a lot of visuals, but pretty soon I want to do videos on a bunch of things. But again, no guides, just here's the thing, this is why I like it, this is what I do, or whatever. Stuff like that. I feel like the ghost site video was extremely well received. But only partially because it was, the thumbnail was really powerful for YouTube standards. I know that sounds weird to say, but I actually thought about this. I don't usually put a ton of effort into the thumbnails, right? Because like, you know, whatever. But this thumbnail, fail-proof ghost sites with an Astero, a shield, and a nanofiber, that's actually like hella clickbait without even realizing it. I mean, I get it now, but this is like a very curious thumbnail. And plus it's on a topic people don't understand, ghost sites, so like people click that shit like crazy. But it's also not like a true guide. It kind of is a guide, but like I'm not telling you how to hack. I'm not telling you like, you know, how to scan. I'm just saying like, all right, here's the ghost sites and here's why, you know, I do them like this. YouTube FaceTime. What's the average DPS of the Deemer? It goes like 2.3k high or something. The Deemer hits hard as shit. Sin can also hit pretty hard, but it's too close range. The cleanest of all the hairs. We out here, folks. All right, let's do a little bit of gas scooping, yeah. I guess, I to be honest, I'm not like in a super mood to scoop gas, but when I scoop it, I guess I'll get in that mood. I think it'd be fun to do a little bit more passive blopsing. Set up some people on gates in low sec perhaps and grab free kills that way rather than being active and maybe occasionally doing active stuff. Let me switch my accounts real quick, yeah. And we will fly and stop. Oh, by the way, I'm selling all of my Abyssal scoops. So what that means for you is, let me link it real quick, hold on. Excuse me. All right, so if for whatever reason you want to buy any of my Abyssal scoops, I have all of my scoops listed. I'm just going to link you to my profile on Mutamarket. You can go there and look at these. If you want any of these scoops, let me know and I'll give you a discount, like on Discord and DMs. They're just listed there in case somebody YOLO buys them. But I just wanted to point that out before we do anything. All right, let me log on my other dudes now. What's up, alien? How you doing? How you doing? About to scoop a little gasolino up in this B after I do something about these sunbeams. Stand by. All right. Let me log on my Scooperinos so we can actually live out the stream title here and not just be a big phony. A big fat phony. Hope everybody's doing well. Chances are, unless you're me or Yvonne, you're having a better week. However, there's levels to the game. We got to go through sucky weeks. We got to go through good weeks, right? We're going to make it, chat. They're called God Rays, my bad. Whoopsies. Yeah, that was a mistake. I have RTX on in real life. Alrighty, Rudy. Is this right? Sweet. Alright, let's add these nerds up here. Cool beans. Alright, let's go scoop some gas. VFR is touched. Ordinary. Let's not do the fucking ordinary. That sounds like a mistake. So we have a scuffed ICR, a touched BFR, a fresh BFR. Let's go to that fresh BFR. That sounds delightful. You got a code to redeem one? Wait, you clicked on the Mutamarket link and it said you won a prize? Wait, what? So he just randomly chooses somebody and gives it out? That's so random. What the hell? Dude, that's actually incredible. Congrats. I'm gonna put the camera back on in a second. Stand by. Super random? Yeah, no, it wasn't me giving it to you. That was whoever runs that website. I actually don't know who runs the website. I gotta figure that out. I gotta figure that out right now. Alright, see if we can take this little cloud here. This little baby cloud. Do it safely before we get clapped up and clobbered around. Get a good drubbing. I'll give them a drubbing they'll not soon forget. Who can tell me who says that? 10 million ISK. To anybody who can tell me who says that. You got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, too slow. It's Anti-Mage from Dota. Come on, clowns. It's like you guys aren't even here. P9 says, you. What's up, P9? I'll give them a drubbing they'll not soon forget. Anti-Mage is like very medieval and cringy. Also, his name is Magina, which I swear to God that's his real name. Magina. Is it Magina? Or is it Magina? Oh, God. I'm too classy to play Dota? What do you, wait. Is this going to be one of those things where you tell me you play League instead? Because I swear to God, I'll shut the fucking stream down right now, bro. Okay. Whew, scary, dude. You're scary. You're scary, bro. Thought he was about to be like, yeah, God, I don't play Dota. I prefer League because I'm classy. You're allowed to like League, but you just got to know that makes you trashy. You just got to know that. That's coming from a guy without running water, so. Oh, God, life is good. Heroes of New Earth. Yeah, Han is great. Han is high quality. Dropped a couple of frames there, guys. If, for whatever reason, my stream buffers, skips, delays, cuts out, disconnects, or otherwise dies, I just want to know. I want you to know that I don't care. I officially don't care anymore. Graduated. So, Baz, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Who is streaming Eve right now? Let's find out. What other streamers are out there doing a little Eve stream? Wait, what's going on with this? The fuck? Alright, who's streaming Eve? Arhan streaming, IBeast is streaming, DMads. Monster Monday again. What does D-Mads do? His stream title does not tell me what he does. Okay. PvP Fest, Young Crash is streaming. Bamki Shontag, so that means good day, right? Geek Corrupted. Any other name? Larry's streaming. Man, Larry doesn't get enough viewers, guys. What the hell? What's wrong with Larry, guys? What the fuck? Wow, look how many people are streaming Eve. What the? What the? First mention of PvP Fest. That message made Twitch super yell at me. I didn't even see it. It just ate it before I even saw it. I see someone doing PI, a little PI stream. God, can you imagine doing something so boring as PI on stream? He says while he scoops gas. Anyway, hope you're having a fun day. Crash is doing PvP Fest. Respect. All right. So, Crash Naps and Chlorokin, I'll do third person, have diverged on the PvP Fest type. That's awesome. You know, it is actually, I gotta say, it is actually a fine excuse to go a little bit buck wild and just shoot stuff if you want it to be. That doesn't necessarily mean it's not very poorly conceived. How many M32 are you at now? Did you watch episode 16 of my Nomad Tale series by any chance? It's okay if you didn't. I'm just curious before I answer. Lil Reb, how you doing? Lilo Reb. These are the gas. You don't have to fight the PIUI. Gas is the best. Lazy PI stream scheduled every week for 20 minutes. Can't wait to see it. Nah, PI could, listen, any content in Eve could be interesting. I do very boring content most of the time. It's just about the commentary, the vibes, the conversation, the chat interactivity, right? And there's a reason people come to my stream even though I'm like a boring Eve player. It's because we have a good time here. The hype level is low here, and you can, you know, that has its own effects. You're at 39, yeah. I don't know if I ever got to 39. I think I got to 37. But anyway, I digress. It doesn't matter. I want to say I've backed it down a little bit now to maybe like 33. Because I don't like to put the Abbeys on this. I like to use just tech ones on the lead ship now because I lost it after the video series on stream once. Jump from 13 was insane, yeah. Almost tripled. Good to see you, dude. I'm not even watching what you're doing. Yeah. I used to call my stream fourth monitor content a lot. But now I moved up to 3. You watch the full thing now? Now I kind of want to start some industry as well, yeah? Yeah, I've definitely cooled off on the industry since the Nomad Tale 16. That was a lot of industry. I did a lot of it on stream. People that watch my stream every day, like they were pretty well acquainted with some aspects of a Nomad Tale 16, 100%. Still trying to fix the lighting in this room. It's bothering me. It's bothering me. Yeah. Now we're fucking cooking. Now we're cooking with propane. Anybody here got a Hank Hill ass? Anybody at all? Anybody here flat ass and proud of it? I can't raise my hand. I'm caked up. I'm sorry. What software are you using for video editing? Yeah, so I use a program called DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve is, you know, there's 2 ones that come to mind for most people, big names, Premiere, Adobe Premiere, and DaVinci Resolve by Black Hat Studios. You know, Resolve is industry standard, right? It actually is used in Hollywood and so on, mostly for coloring, but also for editing. It's full-featured, professional grade, and it's also free. If you want to buy a lifetime license for it, for like more codecs or whatever, it's $300. I didn't pay them a dime until after episode 14 or 15, I think I paid them. It also runs natively on Linux, so it's a W. Granted, it's not FOSS, obviously, but yeah, Resolve is great. I recommend maybe trying to stay away from Adobe if you can. Not that Black Hat is great, but they make their money on hardware, so they just give the software away, basically. Love DaVinci, yeah. I've let the water running in the kitchen, Your Honor. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to spook you at all. Sounds like it's time to camp and get them. I'd mind more if I could find the sites. Problem with not wormholing often? Yeah. Yeah, there's ways to rig it. People ask me how I always have access to a site. Always, 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 always. And it's true, I always do. It's very... because if you position yourself in, let's say, a shattered system, I'm just going to throw something out there. Maybe pick a shattered system. Why? Because they can spawn all types of gas. And maybe you pick yourself a shattered with like a high sec or high class static so that you have access to more core gas. And all of a sudden you have gas spawning everywhere, right? It's left, right, and center. It's kind of what I do. Fuck, the sunbeams. The God rays. They're too strong. But I need the light. The light. Help. Fuck it, I'll just get blasted. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now we're cooking. No, that's terrible. Alright, well. Let me kill this cloud before I get myself killed. I know Sean, I've been working with iMovie for some work stuff. Hate it. Yeah. So DaVinci Resolve, the main problems with it, because I've just talked it up. The main problems with it are that it's very, very big. It's like a workstation in its proper form. So there's lots of different programs inside of it, even if you only use one or two. It's very cumbersome. Adobe Premiere is a little bit easier to use in that sense, but yeah, if you make videos, you should be familiar with Resolve. Even if you don't like it, you should know what it is and try it. It's exceptionally good. Windows Movie Maker, baby. I guess I don't know what to do about the fucking lighting, but whatever. Whatever. I'll just look like a goober face. DaVinci color grading is top tier. Yeah, I think that's, that's really kind of the actual thing that people use it for in Hollywood, as far as I know. I want to say people will like export, the lossless file into Resolve and do color work, right? I don't know. I have no idea though. Adobe Ick. What's up, Angelic? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Hey, how you doing over there? All right. We're killing the pine tree. Pine tree is dying, folks. Goodbye, pine tree heron. Sweet baby Jesus. The moose is on the loose. So we're doing a Bountiful Frontier Reservoir, by the way, for those that don't do gas very often. This is a mid-tier site. This is found in class, wait for it, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It has 2 clouds. One of them has 20,000 M3. The other one has 40,000 M3. The gas tends to be somewhat valuable, worth your time. Generally one of the sites you want to see pop up. It's quick, painless, and money in your pocket. Floating sea otters. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. All right, let's continue. 120 bucks for the cutest fucking Lego set of all time. Look at the whisker. Look at the little whiskies. Aw. All right, well, it's too much, but I love it. So both can be true. Thank you for sharing. No sleepers. Yeah, so they haven't spawned yet. They spawn in 12 to 24 minutes, just about. And we've been here for... I'm not sure. I want to guess 10 minutes. So they're going to spawn before the site's done. We'll see them. I mean, somebody could have cleared them too, but it's unlikely. Stir Fry says 13 minutes. It's been 13 minutes since I got here. Wow. Thank you for joining me. I'm gonna keep hanging out and chilling and chatting. Make sure to tell me what you're doing in Eve. It's really awesome to talk about the mechanics. And by the way, if you have questions about anything you see, anything I do, anything you saw in a video of mine, anything your friend said, you don't know if it's true, I'm into that. I'm into the mechanical discussions. I'm into figuring out what's right and wrong. And I'm also into admitting what I don't know. Very important part of this is saying, I don't know how that works, and I'm good at that, so. Hit me the fuck up, and if you don't, that's okay. I'll just continue to use you as a spirit booster, chat. That's right. I had a shitty day today. I had a shitty day on Thursday. I had a shitty day on Saturday. But you know what? I'm having a great day after I got on my Twitch stream, thanks to you guys. So I'm gonna go with a resounding W. Oh, also my YouTube stream. Sorry, it's technically the Twitch stream is broad. Yeah. What made your day shitty? My plumbing doesn't work. Well, the water in is frozen, so the house is destroyed. Well, not really. It's okay. Gotta jump with some comms, Fardo. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Any new good ways to get into True Strange? Well, there's you know, 2 ways I've covered in my video that I know of that you can use downtime mechanics for. But yeah, I recommend Abyssal filaments to make True Stranges. Oh shit, you can't shit. No, my sewer works, but my water doesn't. So I can still pour like a, you know, thing down the back of the toilet. We're cool. Just can't take a shower. It's really not that bad. The sewer was frozen before, but I fixed it. Shitty ass house. Don't worry about it. Just garbage. No coffee? No, I have water in jugs and bottles in the fridge and all that type of stuff. Filtered water. Speaking of coffee, I could probably make another cuppa, huh? I can make another cuppa. My cat was like hanging out over there and heard me grab a bottle of water and freaked the fuck out. I want to know the physics reason for why whirling water is faster to drain than dripping water. I mean, I think I could maybe guess, but I need like a physics nerd to tell me. Someone says air. Career rewards? You could go scoop a pot of snow and melt it down. No, the concern is that like no shower, right? No like easy source of tap. I have water. Air goes up the middle and not chugging. Ah, it creates a vacuum seal. And so it prevents flow, whereas a whirlpool creates a continuous siphon parity. Is that safe to say? Kirby says that's okay, we can't smell you. I smell like exotic fragrances, banging coffee, Fullerites, and stress. Alright? That's what I smell like. Nah, I can take a shower if I need to, we're good. Everything's fine, and we're gonna survive. It's just I'm gonna have to rebuild some small things with this house. This is the coldest winter I've got since I've been here. Eau de Chloro. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Come on. It's right there. Anyway, shout out to y'all. Pat says, I'm thinking about doing Marauder. I'm in your hole. You're in here? Aw. Sponge baths work as well. Nah, we're good. We're good. Oh, SP, you want to know if I thought about doing it? Yeah, I've done it. I've done Marauder adding. Stream idea. You guys are freaking gross, all right? You guys are gross. Train level 10 reward. A chloroquine sponge bath. I think I'll pass, chat. I'm sorry. I don't even like money like a tenth enough to do that. You know? People were like, "Oh, I'd do anything for $1 million or whatever." Like, dude, there are so many goddamn things I would not do for $1 million. So many. I could sit there all day. Now, if you upped it to like $1 billion, I could still just go buck wild. For $1 trillion, it's like, all right, I might be willing to let more things slide because I can just like, you know, imprison you forever with the sheer power of my capital if you bother me. But yeah, I guess money just doesn't hit as hard for me. Maybe that's a position of privilege, but I don't know. I don't know. I think my brain is broken, chat. Eviction is inevitable as a nomad. I have that coffee grinder. It's nice. Hell yeah. It's got 6 things. It's a burr grinder. Laura, good to see you. Coffee time, bitches. I'm gonna bust out the macchiato creamer for this. By the way, it turns out I was using like, oh, there's the rat. I was using like 4 ounces of water for a whole grind of beans this for like months. The water to bean ratio was so critically off for so long. It's like no wonder I was tweaking the fuck out. I have been literally just like overdosing on caffeine for a while now since I got the French press. Pretty nuts stuff. But I digress. Eviction is inevitable. Yeah, I'll probably be in this place for a while. I'll probably end up selling it for whatever the fuck I can get and then moving to some place where I don't have to goddamn drive no more. Listen, I respect dudes that like to drive with the trucks and everything, but like I just am not built for it. I'm gonna be real. Driving makes me mad even when I go like 2 miles. Rats took 20 minutes to spawn. Nice. Yeah, they spawn between 12 and 24. I can guarantee that. I've seen them as early as 12 and as late as 24. And I've done a lot of these. I won't pick a number. Some people will say 15 to 20, but I've seen other ones. The truth is that you can't ever actually be sure about the spawn time start because it's possible that somebody could get on grid right before you and then fuck with the spawn. But I've even been on fresh clouds and seen 12-minute spawns. So I thought about doing ratting and marauder in your hole. Oh yeah, that was you over on YouTube. Sorry, I ignored you. Yeah, so I have done marauder ratting, Leon. Honestly, mate, ratting just is not my thing. I just do not enjoy it. But I used the Vargar to rat in a C4, some C3s. It was going to be in a Nomad Tail 16, but honestly, it's boring as fuck and stupid. So I just didn't even include it. I did it for a little bit. I'm like, all right, well, I'm done with this. But I know a lot of people do like to rat. I'm not trying to tell you you can't enjoy it. Marauder ratting is pretty fun in terms of ratting. But the only ratting I kind of enjoy is like exploration ratting, doing dead size, unranked complexes, expeditions, escalations. I like that. It's fun, dynamic. I haven't really given Abyssals a try. Maybe I'll try them at some point again. I calculated how much caffeine I was drinking with 1 cup. Apparently I drank the equivalent of 5 espresso shots. Well, there you go. I bet you were hyper productive. I love that RNG with dead sides. Yep, me too. Yeah, I think I have like, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look at it later. But on my Jack the Needle character from Tabby, I've been stacking up exploration combat loot. It's fun. The timer starts if you jump to and cancel. Yeah, literal. That's actually an important mechanic that you know of, right? That's actually part of how wormholes work as well. Obviously, you don't need me to teach you anything, but like I just want to affirm, yeah, that's an important part of site mechanics, understanding that starting a warp and canceling it is actually a way to trigger some instances of timers with the sites. With wormholes, it's very important to understand that. Good to see you, buddy. Get a nice Golem Kronos going. I mean, it's hard to beat the Paladin, mate. If you're if you're not loyal to a race, I mean, I feel like you have no choice but to go Pally. Varga's pretty good. I don't know. I don't know about Kronos and J Space. That doesn't really seem like it's gonna work. Speed taking here? No, this is a spin. This is a kiting. This is just outranging them. You can see on the right there what distances they are. We're kind of doing a drive-by, so they're getting a little close, but they probably won't get close. Yeah, they're already going further. So they only got to 45 km. The cruisers can probably hit from like 30 to 50 km. The frigates are hit up close. So they never even hit us. And next time they're going to be sucked into the middle, so they won't even get close. So this is just outranging them by speed. It's confusing for new players because speed tanking sounds like kiting, but it's not. Speed tanking is actually getting shot by the rats. But you're going so fast, it doesn't do damage. We're not getting shot here. There's no incoming shots because we're too far. Capiche? More rat spawn? Yeah, there's actually 2 waves to gas site rats. They sometimes spawn together, they sometimes do not. I'm closest to a golem Chronos? Yeah, okay, golem still works, yeah. I think golem to me would be 3rd choice, and then Chronos wouldn't be super usable, but I could be way off. Maybe they are. Maybe there's a setup. I don't know. Maybe you just use the Chronos and sit on the Drifter and C5s, and I don't know. I have 0 MR skills? Yeah, no doubt. I feel like Marauders, though, are the kind of thing where, like, if you have a turret Marauder, and you have good skills for it, like, you can get in the other Marauder pretty quickly. It's just the battleship train, really. But going from missiles to turrets would be a nightmare. Paladin all the way, broski. That's kind of like what people tell me. Pog Mike, what up? I'm not really an Amara guy. I fly the Vargar, I guess, on my character, my main, but it's just because it's what I had and because I like it, not because it's best. It's just the Paladin has like the, you know, just the range and the application. It's just hard to argue with. It's the same thing with the fucking Redeemer. This seems tricky to ensure your 5 ships are out of range. So I, a while ago made a video on this. I'm just going to link it just in case anybody's curious. It's called Demystifying Wormhole Gas, where I talk about the mechanics you're seeing right now. But basically we're doing a spin, which as long as you're going faster than the rats and your, prospects are following the main guy, like this works for everything except 2 gas sites in J-Space. This exact strategy. It's mindless. So that video will teach you all about it. That video needs an update. It doesn't talk about what I've learned about Jedi mind tricking or speed tanking properly, but we'll do an update in a couple months from now. I'm doing 1 video a month because I fucking enjoy making videos. And I hate when I make a Nomad Tale and stop making videos. It's the worst. Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. Have a little bit of coffee here, huh? A little bit of cafe. A little bit of Kaffee. Der Kaffee ist sehr lecker. It's der coffee because coffee is manly because it's bitter. That's what I was told, which doesn't make any goddamn sense. I think coffee's feminine, personally. Sorry, shoot me, right? I don't see how it could be construed as masculine. In these languages that are like heavily gendered like that, it's so funny. Like they will just make shit up to like remember it. Oh, coffee, it's very masculine. It's like, okay. How is salad masculine? It's like shout out to my Germans, dude. I learned your language about 0.001% of the way, and I like it. It's fun. It's just goofy. That's all. Alright, so I'm gonna show you a gangster move, ready? Alright, so the rats are 150 km away, right? What if I stop my ship and jettison this shit on the floor, and then go over to this guy and start dragging it into my mining bay? You feel me? Where's Dwayne at? Over here. Grab the rest. And now we continue. That's a little on the fly air carrier refueling action right there. Don't worry about it. If you don't know, you won't know. But what I can tell you is that we just saved ourselves a little bit of pain and effort
Connecting.
having to go back and forth. Bad coffee is masculine, good feminine. Yes! That's the best thing I've ever heard. Same thing for mixed drinks for me. Like, I love me a nice fruity, sweet mixed drink. Ooh, yeah. But, like, that could be construed as feminine. Why not? Nothing wrong with that. It's not, like, harsh to drink. It's, on the contrary, quite delightful. Same thing with coffee. You have yourself a nice... Like, the old coffee I used to make, that was quite feminine and delicious. I'm sorry, that's just my take. This coffee, androgynous. It's still slightly creamered. Tastes good. But just drinking black coffee, that's some dumb dude shit. That's my take. Can you show your pacifier scanner? I don't have it on me right now. You want to see the fit? I could just make the fit real quick for you if you'd like. Just want to pour this coffee though while it's still hot. Alright, yeah, let's look at the pacifier. So first of all, before we look at it, the point of the pacifier is if you're going to be doing a lot of warping around, like mapping wormholes or traveling lovesick routes, right? Pacifier is goated because it warps so gosh darn fast, right? And implants, sure, I'll tell you about them too when we're done. So the pacifier has all these bonuses that are like completely pointless to even think about. So let's see. My pacifier was equipped with the following. This is Abyssal, but it doesn't matter. Let's see. Scan. Trying to go off memory here. All right, so this is the passy fit right here. So the point of this is this maps very fast if you have max skills, right? Did I have the wrong launcher on here? Hold on, I have the wrong launcher. Maybe you gotta use the sisters here, I'm not sure. I'm actually, it's possible because I use expanded here. I'm just gonna show you the one without expanded to make it easier. I think I actually swapped the hyper for a CPU rig or something like that. I don't remember. But anyway, this is the premise of the ship. The point of it is if you're actually warping around really quickly, this becomes best in slot because you can get to the wormholes significantly faster and it makes the whole thing easy. You don't need max scan power when you have max scan skills with virtues. Now, he wanted to know about the implants too. So you're just supposed to basically use the best possible scanning implants possible, which are mid-grade virtues, these. So use these, and then for the remaining hardwire slots, you just go for maximum scan strength and stuff like that. You can also aim to get this under 3 seconds here with skills, because 3 seconds nullified is the standard you want to have in JSpace and nullsec. Any other questions, Leon? Spell says, I really enjoy your videos conceptualizing and philosophizing doors. Oh, you've seen some of the OG videos? Have you been around a while? I've only seen you recently, unless my memory sucks. What's up, Blawa? Wagwan. Scanning strength isn't going to be accurate here because this is just a random ship. Let me pull up in Python. Yeah, pacifier is very expensive. A buzzard is just as good. This is a special pacifier is specialized. It's only for lots of warping. I just want to be clear about that. You shouldn't use it like just normally. Yeah, I don't even have it in Python. But the point I'm trying to make is that the scanning isn't really that complicated to fit for. Just do your best. You'll be all right. Oh, Cloud's dead. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what happens when we get old, sir. It's for mapping. Yeah, but specifically when you're really good at mapping. If you're starting mapping, you probably don't want to use a passy because you're not going to be able to do it fast enough to even use the warp speed. And it's not even like, oh, you suck. It's like, just trust me. Is there any theory craft with scan deviation? When is it better to go for smaller position error than to sheer brute force? Yeah, so scan deviation is really not as complicated as it sounds. I'll draw it here in a second. Let me just drop this stuff on the floor. I'll go get another cloud before I start drawing. All right, let's do the, we did the Bountiful. Let's do the VFR next. We'll just take the big cloud. Call it a day. Warp drive active. But I can tell you from experience, my scanning strength is like 220, 230 or something with virtues and, you know, good probes and everything. But the pacifier scanning strength is not going to be as high as some stuff. Like Buzzard can get higher by stacking range findings and whatnot. Again, pacifier is a specialized tool. What's up, Lake Turtle? How you doing? So that cloud down there is still there, but you know what? I think I'm just going to leave it. I don't really trust that cloud. It's so small. It's easy to gank me on. Let's just do this instead, yeah? What's going on in the OPSEC stream? This is a Rorqual underneath a keep star in Amamake with my frigates circling it. It was in one of the Nomad Tail videos. It's kind of a little memento from there. Whoa! Sorry about that. I meant to set it for 2 hours, not 2 minutes. What the fuck? There we go. Was that loud? My bad. I should put it on the browser. That's not gonna make you hear it. I'm doing a timer for the jet can. Yeah, let's do it on that one instead. So this is, whoa, my bad. I'm setting a timer because what happens is those jet cans expire after 2 hours. So you gotta make sure you go back and get it at some point. Just waking up, I'm about to go smart bombing, gotta make those iskies. What do you use? What ships? Macarials, Praxis, Megathrons, Apox. All right, so I'm going to talk about deviation here real quick now that I'm on the cloud. Peter wants to know, with max kills, is it good enough that you can do scans every 2 radius ticks instead of every tick? So better deviation can help it. So scanning is actually off the game tick. Oh, radius tick. Oh, I see. Radius tick. Oh, sorry. I think I meant server tick. So what scan deviation is, and we're just gonna start from the bottom and just explain scan deviation because it's gonna answer this question. He basically wants to know, like, is there any theory crafting with scan deviation? When is it better to go for the smaller position error than the sheer brute force? So there are 3 types of scan deviation. The first one is basically a 3D sphere. The next one is a 2D circle. And then the next one is 2 points, right? Point A, point B, right? And so what this is telling you is that in the first one, the signature is somewhere in here, right? Somewhere. That's what it's telling you. It's also telling you that it's somewhere on this line. It's also telling you that it's at one of these 2. You see how it gets easier and easier? So this is the hardest. This is the middle, and this is the easiest. So what this actually looks like in practice is when like a deviation pops up, it's because you scanned like here. Like this was your scan, okay? And what it's telling you is that without fail, the signature is somewhere over here. That's what it's telling you. It means you were right on the edge of it. You were right, like one of your probes caught a smell of it, right? Let's say, for example, you scanned here. Let's say you scanned like this. You scanned almost all of it and deviates. It's literally telling you that from the center of your scan, as far as you can go is where it's going to be. Okay? And finally, the easiest of them, if your scan is like this, it's simply telling you that it's here. Aren't those 3 options based on how many probes are seeing it? Line is 1, circle is 2. I have no idea. If you have a source on that, that'd be cool to know. In practice, it doesn't matter, but that's a cool piece of information. I've never heard that, though. Scanning is off the server tick, correct. I tested it. So basically, he wants to know, when is it better to go for the smaller position? So in theory, whenever I scan and something deviates, I just look at the center of my scan. I look at the furthest possible point away, and then I reposition it down, then I shrink it down 1, and then I scan this location. So for a 3D one, it would look like that. For a 2D one, if this was my scan, here's the center, I would look at the furthest possible point here and then reposition it and shrink it down. And for here, if I scanned here, I would just move it here and shrink it down. Every single time you're going from the center of your probe to the opposite location on that deviation and scanning there instead. That's the solution for it. Why it's like that? A scan deviation represents that you caught a whiff of it, meaning 1, 2, or maybe even, as this chatter said, 3 of your probes touched it. But because it was outside of a cross-reference, the math is so low that it kicks it to deviation status, which is an arbitrary thing they coded into the game. I hope that helps, Peter. If any questions, let me know. Shrink down 1 or 2. I go 1 for deviation almost always. Sometimes you don't even shrink. If you get a 3D one and like most of it's off of you, you would just move it and then do it again. It's by ear. The line one is so straight that you can shrink to. Yeah, 100% true. The one that you exactly. But it does depend. Basic triangulation 101, correct. But deviation is kind of like a mechanic they invented in this way. It's supposed to represent like a, you know, like a false signal. But because we kind of understand how it works, we don't necessarily have to, what's the phrase, be fooled by it. Have you checked how this factor scan deviations matter here? Well, my understanding is that the better your scan deviation, the less likely it is to deviate unfavorably. That's my understanding of it. What it actually does, I have no idea, Peter. Klatz, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I got you, Klatz. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you didn't hear Stir. Link it on Discord. The links don't go through on YouTube, I'm sorry. They're going through on Twitch, though. How many steps can you shrink your... It all depends. You know, with max scales and virtues, you know, generally speaking, generally scanning, you're going 8 to 2, 4 to 1, whatever you want, depending on what you're seeing. But if you deviate, you generally want to move over and then shrink 1. If it's an easy one, like just a 2-point deviation, you can shrink multiple times. It's really helpful. I didn't know. Yeah, it's actually ridiculous how easy it is and how hard it is to figure it out based on what you're seeing. People make this way complicated. Yeah, you're right. Exactly, Sphinx. Like, but in their defense, and I know you're not even picking on people, but in their defense, like, it does look a little. It does look like it should be harder than what it is. At least to me. But then again, I'm a softie. Let me see, Stir. Here it is. So he linked us to Eve Uni. Let's pull it up and fact check it. Basically, I wanted to know the fact check for how many probes hit it. Sphere. Yeah, I didn't know this at all. My major problem with this. Okay, here we go. There's a Reddit post. Here's the source. So I gotta say, it's very weird to me, and I love Eve Uni Wiki, but like, shouldn't this have like a footnote tag on it so I can read where it's from? Like, I want to look at the source on this. How is it that I have to just guess? Anyway, let's move on. By the way, we could physically test this ourselves. Easily, in like 5 minutes. So this guy did a study. Oh, wow. This is cool. Here, let me post this. So he took apart the black box that I said I have no idea how they're doing it. He did it. He actually figured it out. Shout out to this person 2 years ago. This is somebody who has at least undergrad experience in academia, I can promise you that. I'm trying to read where he says about the single probes. Hold on, let me read the methodology here. I'm just trying to glance through it real quick and see if I can understand. I see. Fascinating. So some people have done the long math on that. It's actually really fascinating to know. So, you know, this actually is super relevant, this little fact. I thought it was going to be less relevant than it is, but it actually is pretty relevant. Like understanding what's happening wise. And I wish I left up the R note thing. But you just keep moving it away, just like I taught you. You just keep moving it to the furthest point. But basically, it's telling you the type of deviation is not arbitrary or black box as I described it. I mean, it is, but we kind of have an insight into it now. It's actually telling you how many probes had touched it. Fascinating. It's a game. It looks like an academics. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do studies, and they present them in paper form like this in Eve. I've looked at probe scanning math before, never deviation. And there's people that do this. Yeah, it's actually really fun and useful to do that. By the way, to do a little study of your own. Apparently deviation. Yeah, I gotta read through. I'm just going off of what was said right now. I guess I'm losing brain focus, brain power. Gamora with the follow. Hi. Am I ignoring anybody? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm like skimming through chat. I'm like barely looking. I'm a piece of shite. I'm a piece of shiny shite right there. Romic, what up? I was scanning stuff for the first time yesterday and the can was stuck at 70% at 0.25, almost fully compacted. I had to go put some modules on. Yeah, so there's actually a technique you could do Romic. Here, I'll show it. I think I can show it. I'll just put this here. So if I oh, I don't have probes. Shoot, I can't show it. But basically, if you have your probes, my friend, you can actually move them physically closer to the target, which increases the result. And this is how a lot of us get like superior sleeper caches without perfect skills. For huffing gas, what's better, Outrider or Prospect? Yeah, Prospect will scoop more gas, but the Outrider will dramatically buff everything. So basically combining, you know, one with the rest is ideal. Zoran Green, what up, what up, what up, what up? How you doing? Hey, how you doing, man? Imagine Outrider instead of Prospect. Yeah, so, I mean, this scoop's about half a Prospect, if that helps. So it's dramatically less. Why don't you use Scummy boosters? I do. I have them. Just it's no need to do them unless you're actually in a Vital Core, though. Like these, there's no need to actually turn these on unless you're in a Vit Core. BKM, yeah. Let's see if any probes pop up. We got a new SIG. But yeah, you can totally use them, but the trade-off, if you're going to use more boosts, you could even use the laser range or like residue boost. You can use all that. But for most sites, you don't need any boosts. You just boost this, and then you might as well stack some scoops in those slots instead. You can do it however you like. This is just what makes sense to me. Sometimes I'll say things and they'll sound like it's like, that's the fact, but it's just my take, that's all. I'm not even trying to insist authority. IoT Iceman, what up? Bookmark the Reddit post, you're welcome. I love Eve Uni, by the way. They do a great job, but occasionally it's kind of hard to actually find the sources for the stuff, and that is frustrating. But that was an easy one, so shout out Eve Uni. I love you guys. Prospective Saver can equip Kovop's cloak. Big D is here. Uh-oh. 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 What's up, gangster? How you doing? What's happening, man? What's happening, gangster? I don't know why I'm talking like this. What's up? I'll have you know I have some coffee. And it is very lecker. Pegel says I'll allow it. Look at Pegel. He's now staggering his Dwayne account to try to convince me that it's not him. Imagine. Can't fool me. Got a mind like a steel trap, rusted out. No probes, by the way. It feels probeless. I don't really think I should do... I mean, maybe I could do a video on like some of the cool parts of scanning that we don't talk about. Like, everybody can teach you how to scan. But it'd be kind of cool to talk about like the stuff that goes beyond that with scanning. I'm always motivated by like correcting misconceptions, but I think that's just a terrible outlook. Like, that's not really useful. I mean, it might like make some people happy, but it's not really... I feel like the outlook should be just like talking about the awesomeness of things and how they're designed. PvP Fest, not my favorite, but Wormhole mechanics, ooh. I could talk about that shit all day. All day, baby. Psst, psst, psst. Joe Mom, what up? How you doing? Have you done a GitHub for your new terminal app? Yeah, it's on there. It's called Bashmapper. GitHub.com/Chlorican Bashmapper. I've been using a lot of Wanderer past week, and I gotta say, Bashmapper is fucking the bee's knees. I love Wanderer. I love the guys that work on it. I love that it's there. It's very useful for groups, but gosh darn. Bashmapper, that's where it's at. Honestly, using pen and paper might even be better than Wanderer for solo. Literally like a fucking piece of paper and a pen and just handwriting the sigs and crossing them out might be better than Wanderer. Now, again, love Wanderer, but like, it's just such overkill. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Dwayne's here, so we got to wrap it up and end the stream. It's only been an hour, but it's over now. He's going to start begging for NPSIs and, you know. It's all over. Is this hot still? Nice. Where's the coupons? Shit. Yo, where my thorax money at, man? Hey, yo, where my thorax money at, Dwayne? Huh? Class says, back in battle days of mud, I hand map zones. I have been known to hand draw Subnautica maps as I explore them. Nice. Now I can get the fucking light in this bee. Yeah, buddy. Ooh, look at that stupid ass son just taunting me. He's like, dude, I'll come out from behind this cloud and wreck you. Don't do it. Stop. Bro, I swear to God. I will stare at you and burn out my own vision. Oh God, the rats. What are the rats doing? Help me. Alright, fuck it. This is gonna have to do. I have two windows in this little office, and like you would expect the sunlight to be great with the white walls, and it's not bad. But the abject reality is the fucking God rays just ruin the camera. They do. So we're just going to make do with what we have, right? Nothing is going to bring me down. Nothing. Well, there's a few things that could probably bring me down right now. For example, if somebody like ordered pizza and then like dropped it, that would bring me super down. Ooh, look at that. Powerful. That's a powerful man bun right there. It's still insane seeing the cloud value tick down like that. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I do like it. They took a couple shots that are out right here. Bastards, stop it. The only reason they hit you when you spin is if you lazily just go past them on the first pass. Once you pass them once, they get set up into the center, but I've been doing this for so long, I kind of am familiar with the rats and what they do. Defenders are like brawlers. They don't really do much at range. Speaking of mods, I love Z mode for the auto map function. I blew my mind as a teenager. A lot of things blew my mind as a teenager. Shit, a lot of things blow my mind as a gosh darn 30-something-year-old adult. I think my mind is just small. But I guess if you stare at this thing, it is kind of funny to just watch the ISK. And you gotta understand, from this point, you take it, you bring it, you would compress it, and then you would haul it to town, and then you would either sell it raw, you would react it and sell the reactions, or you'd probably take it all the way and build chips with it, right? The reality is that this gas ends up being worth more than it says for me because of all the commodity chain steps I do along the way. You see some of those window films? Bro, I should get a fucking lobotomy. I picked up an AeroPress for coffee when camping. Since my coffee maker broke down, I've been using it. It's a relaxing way to make coffee while working. I don't know what an AeroPress is. Is it a French press? By the way, Stir, thanks for sharing, buddy. As I say that, he posts a link to window film in the Discord. My man. My man. 1 cup French press. Ah, I got it. That's cool. Yeah, so I'm like, I don't know if it's because I have been touched by beautiful autism or not, but like I like my rituals, right? That was a big reason why, as a youngster, smoking cigarettes was so great. Like, honestly, because like it was like a whole ass ritual thing to relax you. So like making coffee in a French press has actually clicked with my brain great. Right? It's fantastic. When I was a teenager and in my 20s, you know, I would like smoke blunts and stuff where you'd like roll them up and smoke them like that. That was like a ritual as well. They kind of intermeld with addictions, like rituals and addictions. They really are like highly connected. You got to watch that. But it also can be innocent too. Like, you know, people on the spectrum will do harmless rituals. I digress, but just saying the French press has been a hit for me. I've not really used the drip thing since I got it. You would think it's annoying, but no, I just have a strainer in the sink. My girlfriend bought like a strainer. You just pour the grounds into the strainer and then just put it in the trash later. So it's not even hard to clean. You get all the oils? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really understand what the point of it was for a long time, and now I realize it's so you can like leave the water in the grounds and just let it sit there. And then everything can shoot up. I like to give it just the tiniest little shake after I press it. Eonert, what up? I recognize that name. Eonert. 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 Who's that? I have a French press thermos. Yeah. You go with those forking bash maverick? Friend. Anything I do, you can take and do whatever you want with. You can even create a company and sell it. I do not believe in intellectual property. I do not make things with the intention of depriving people from using them for whatever they want. And I will never back down on that. So the answer to the question is, for Bashmapper, can you fork it? Fork, yeah, you can fork it. You can do whatever you want with it. I'm going to redo it in Python and make it good. So I would maybe wait for that, but it's up to you. You guys can react to a Nomad Tale on your Twitch streams. Don't even have to ask me. I don't care. Don't have to shout out. You can copy the format of a Nomad Tale, make your own video series. You can do whatever you want with my shit. I don't care. You can make your own clips channel on my Twitch. Probably won't be successful, but can we spoon it? Yes. Of course. Dumb question. Can we clone you? Sure. Sure. The way I am choosing to live my life is designed literally to like make me happier and make things make more sense. So that's why like you hear me rant about businesses and stuff sometimes, or perhaps what's up with this one guy? Why are you so slow, bro? Hey yo, why you so slow, man? Who are you? I'm about to snitch on you. Who is this? Metabola. Yo, 5th person into the Jolly Ranchers pack, and she's slow as fuck. Hey yo, we're about to fire you and replace you. Everybody lock up Metabola. Oh shit, that's Metabola. Metabola just locked up the boss. Uh-oh. Metabola's about to frag the boss. Uh-oh. This is a fucking... This is a mutiny right here. Alright, let's not kill Metabola. She's a good girl. She's doing her best, just in a slow-ass, beat-ass venture. Sub Zikika, how you doing? Chloral beans when? Chloral beans and rice. About full again. Dang. Can I self-host it on my own video platform and run my own ads over top of it? Yes. Get your coffee beans, grinder, bean companies as sponsors. I don't want sponsors, but that would be an appropriate one, I'm sure. You guys are my sponsors. I don't want to ever be beholden to a business. Now, I am in a way with Amazon and Twitch, but I feel like I could probably move to another platform and still have like a couple of viewers, right? I don't want to like take money from a corpo and like in the other way. That. Fuck that. Fuck that. Even if they do make delicious coffee beans. Now, if they want to send me beans for free and not have me advertise, sure, I'm down with that. But this shit ain't for sale, man. Unless you're a handsome chatter, in which case I have no doubt. Uh-oh. This Metabola person literally can't get her speed up. What is wrong with you, lady? What is your problem? Get in the damn pack, lady. The hell is... Is you stupid? Dang, yo, she's testing my patience. Infect with a rogue drone AI. I feel like that's a slur, but it's not. Okay. Well, rogue drone AI, clanker AI, rogue drone blood. I got nothing. Dangerous waters here. I'll follow you, but only to kick. I think I'd probably try YouTube first before kick. I said it. Yeah, all right. You're right. I said it. You're right. I'm taking the L. I'm taking the L. All right, let's drop some gas off here real quick and keep it going. Super funny. What an absolute goober face. So as for the signature popping up, I didn't see any probes or anything. Could be somebody being sneaky. The truth is you'll never really know. If people are good and you miss it, that's the only chance you'll have. JSpace is a freaky place full of freaky people doing freaky shit. So the idea is instead of getting sphinxed up, right? You want to be sphinxing other people. Or staying the sphinx out of their sphinx and way. I'm done. Sorry, sphinx. I'm done. He's like, dude, if you glaze me one more time, I'm going to send something to your P.O. box with excrement in it. Kick the gambling conglomerate. Well, you know, I feel like that's not fair. Just because it was created by gambling companies after Twitch banned gambling, I don't think it's fair to call it a gambling conglomerate. That seems a little bit harsh to the gambling gods, don't you think? Aren't you being a little unfair right now? Kick is a place where I believe you go to stream if you think Twitch is too woke. I think that's what it is. And you know, that's cool. The self-containment is pretty dope. But you know, I don't think I'd fare very well over there. A pacifier accidentally gave away their presence while I was cloaky babysitting some sleeper relic sites. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, mistakes are made. Don't get me wrong. Zikovic says, finally multiboxing on Fedora via Steam when I swap monitors with Alt-Tab. Looks like I get 5 to 10 seconds buffer and load on the next screen. Is it normal? Clerk and yeah, so none of us Alt-Tab. Alt-Tabbing is slow, but what I recommend is you turn VSync off, and then I recommend you use one of our multiboxing tools on our Discord. Have you been to our Discord, Zika? If not, you have to come to our Discord and go to the tools channel, and you're looking at one of these switchers. Holy Lag has probably built probably the most popular one. Isomorph made one called Nicotine, and I recommend one of these. I recommend this first. Oh, you're not on the Discord? Holy shit. You're doing this raw? That's impressive. So please come here and go to the tools channel. Download Eve Preview Manager. This is going to solve all your problems. And make sure to turn on minimize inactive clients. If you don't like that one, there are other ones. You let me know. You can DM me on Discord too. If you don't use Discord, let me know. I'll try to help you. Some normal streamers seem to be on Kick for the lower platform fees. Yeah, I'm teasing. I'm sure there's normal people there. You're not bad because you stream on Twitch. It's just that if you're bad, you're not bad because you stream on Kick. It's just that if you are bad, you're probably gonna be streaming on Kick. Like that's just like, you know, good odds of that. And bad to me means somebody who's like, you know, asshole, racist, etc. But that doesn't mean you are just for streaming on Kick. And I don't think that's the message I want to send. I just don't want to go there because you know how I am. People in my chat will chirp up with like, oh, something about like some racist joke or something or whatever it is. And I'm like, hell no, bro, not here. That on Kick, it would be insufferable. The truth is like, you know, I got people here already that could do without so much talking about it. Imagine if it was like all day, every day. But I got to be me, right? X or Blue Sky, maybe. Yeah, do a little Chloro stream on X or Blue Sky. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Yo, guys, catch me on X. Yo. Whew. I'm sorry, that's awesome. I'm sorry, dude. Holy fuck. Facebook stream. I think X is worse than Facebook, dog. Doing a Twitter stream? Yo, every time I think of a Twitter stream, I think of Ron DeSantis doing his announcement on Twitter and like the buffering being incoherent and nobody could hear him. Oh, fuck. And fucking Elon's like, we're being doxxed, or like we're being DDoSed or something. It's so fucking funny, dude. Oh, God. Twitter. You're bringing tears to my eyes. I was never a microblogger in the first place, but holy fuck. Like, looking at Twitter now is like pretty hard to watch. Do you play any guitar on stream? No, never have. But I might. If somebody raises 1 million channel points, I'll play a song. Zika says, got on Discord? Hell yeah, dude. And let us know if you need help with anything there. My stream chat is unfortunately piss poor tech support. But I do help people if I can. Hype train 20? Dude, that would be like $1,000. That's too much. You can do some specific flags in your background if you're moving to being an X-main. Nah, I'm good on all that. Listen. You're allowed to enjoy Twitter, but the thought of streaming there is like actually hysterical to me. If you love streaming to X, fair enough. Live your life. You don't have to listen to me. But it's so funny. Oh god, I was a long time Reddit user. I like, you know, dig format, you know, kind of reminiscent of you know, front page of BB code forums back in the day. You have actual discussion among people. But you know, even Reddit nowadays is just unbelievable. It is I mean, I don't use it, right? I don't use it as a primary source for anything. I don't even go there. But you do see it still. And wow. It is fascinating. And you can argue like it's the effect of the IPO, it's the effect, but honestly, it's not. It's just how these things go, mate. Businesses will do this. The dead internet theory isn't a theory anymore. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's you know, non-humans participating in Reddit, but the main problem with Reddit is like the just insane shift towards just. Yeah, I don't have to get into it because, you know, we're not going to dive into it, but Reddit has kind of moved away from having a bit of a soul, I guess. It used to actually have a soul, which is weird. I'm not saying Reddit the business, but the platform did. It no longer has that soul, is my point. What I use as a replacement is not really a true replacement at all, but it, you know, it does suit me really well. Hero says extremism is the world. There's sides for everything. Well, Fartbuckle says quit using it as soon as they started charging for my third-party API. Yeah, exactly. That was when Lemmy kind of grew a lot. Ever since then, it's been like a decent scroll. Do you hear about the DHS monitoring Reddit? Yeah. I mean, this is nothing new to people on the left of ideology. Glad says it's a lot like Telegram. Not everyone on Telegram is scamming, but if someone invites you over unprompted, yo, I have actually a story to tell. Hold on. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Maybe you guys can tell me what happened here. Hold on 1 second. So before I go into my story, let me comment. Stir says DHS monitoring Reddit, great use of taxpayer money. It actually is. Even though, you know, I don't like it. The idea why it's a good use of taxpayer money is because this is how you kind of contain, you know, this is how you kind of contain people from being highly organized on the left. When have they not been monitoring Reddit? Yeah, he's talking about a news article that just came out talking about monitoring like anti-ICE stuff. So anyway, here's the story. So I went to Wawa the other day and I'm like waiting for food or whatever, and this dude comes up to me and he's like, "Hey, I'm like, what?" He's like, "Oh, you like Tim's?" And I'm like, Timberland, like my shoes, yeah. Yeah, I like these. He's like, oh, I'm like, he's like, I'm thinking about getting them. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I've had these since I was like 19 and I'm in my 30s now and they still work. And I love them and they're comfortable. And he's like, oh yeah, are they waterproof? I'm like, not anymore, man. They're all shredded up now. And he says something else. I'm like, all right, well. Then I go to leave. I'm like, all right, bro, have a good one. Cause he's like standing there and he's like, hey, yo. I'm like, what? He's like, you used to play sports or something. I'm like, what? I literally said like, why? He's like, well, you big guy. I'm like, nah, I played a few. Why? He's like, what do you do for work now? I'm like, I'm a Twitch streamer, bro. He's like, all right. I'm like, have a good day. What do you think he was going for? That's what I told him just to get him off my dick. What do you think that dude wanted? You think dude was trying to fuck me? You think dude was trying to like get me to sign up for some MLM? Or you think dude just really liked shoes and just was like, thought I was a football player because of my size? What was that? My shoes are beat up as fuck. He just wanted to, no, I wasn't like that, Gravy. It wasn't like that. It wasn't small talk, bro. This guy had an agenda. I just don't know what it was. He's probably hitting on you. I don't think it was hitting on me. I've been hit on by dudes that are in the dudes all like my whole life, like a little bit here and there, you know, as you associate in the world. That's not what it looks like. That was weird. Just a hustler trying to find a mark. Yeah, but what was his game? What do you think he was looking for? Like he had some job that was a scam kind of thing? He probably blazed out of his head. Nah, he looked lucid, mate. I mean, shit, I smoke, so I can't talk. He was enthralled by the antenna. Nah, I had a hat on. I had a Yankee cap on. Trying to figure out an angle. Yeah, I knew there was an angle there, and I was just amused by it because I instantly knew something was up, but I just didn't know what his game was, and I just obviously was trying to get my food and leave. You want to know if you like them, Tim's? You like music? Yeah, me too. Love music. Crazy. Do you have a birthday? No fucking shot. You're not going to leave this? I have a birthday too. Yeah, definitely a hustler. I've just never seen that. Like, it's weird. I don't live in a city. Like, there's not a huge critical mass of people that you can scam. He did it right out in the open. Pickpocket team? Nah, not a pickpocket team. It could, it's, I mean, it's a good guess though, but when I saw it, nah. There's only a couple people in that motherfucker. You have a dog named Precious? Nah. A Yankee fan? Nah, I don't follow baseball. I like New York though, that's where I would have had. I like money. Yeah, he definitely had like a sketch job for me. I bet he thought that I was big and like I could do like a manual job and maybe he had some sketchy shit lined up. But like just to approach a random dude like that and try to like work an angle is like, dude, like I'm not a dumb fuck. Like whatever you have to say, I'm already ahead of it. Like I already don't want to interact with you. Hegel says next time I'll introduce myself nicely. Yeah, if that was one of you guys, you did a piss poor job. Do you like food? Do you like to drink and eat? Oh my god, me too. So I don't know what dude's deal was, but I hope he has a good day. But like, don't come to me with that shit. I know I look a little bit dumb, and I am dumb, but like, you know, I got street smarts when it comes to that shit. Come on. Heard of big guys being hired for drug deals just to look threatening. I don't look threatening though. I have a baby face. I'm pale as the fucking, you know, the day, and I also am chubby or fat, obese. Whatever word you want to pick to save your feelings. And I don't look threatening at all, man. There's no, I feel like dude like had some job, but like was trying to see if he could underpay me for it or something, which is just wild. I mean, I was wearing beat up clothing, to be fair. I looked a little scraggly. I prefer festively plump. Yeah, I mean, I'm obese, technically. 240 plus, 6'3", 6'2", whatever it is. It's technically obese. But tall people have it easier with obesity. It looks less bad. If I can get a few more things lined up, I'm gonna start having some lifestyle tweaks that should bear some fruit. Would be nice. Yeah, I don't know what dude's problem was, but it's just weird, you know what I'm saying? Like, the fact that I'll never know is kind of annoying, but the truth is that, yeah, that's 100% a scam. Honestly, like when people like do hustle and like do a little bit of hustle, if they have any respect at all, I sometimes play along and help them. Like I remember one time I was coming back from New York and I crossed the Holland Tunnel coming from my girlfriend's. We like went out in the city or whatever, and I came back and my car was fucked. Like it was like having problems, and I was freaking out because I had like no money. This wasn't even that long ago, like 2 years ago. So I come back through the Holland Tunnel and I'm like fucking freaking out because my car is like clunking and like has issues and the lights on. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna die out here. And so I go, I like pull over to like stop at some gas station to think about myself right after the tunnel. And by the way, has anybody ever seen what the Holland Tunnel looks like at the other side in Jersey? Any Europeans know what I'm talking about? I'm about to show you the street view. It's really funny looking. All right, here we go. I'll give you a visual here. Son of a bitch. These Google pictures are fucked. They're not going to show me the part I want to see. Here we go. No? I hate you. Anyway, I can't find the exact thing I want to see. It's just like, it's like urban hell. It's like the most insane driving and businesses and side roads and like multi-lane and like merging and lights you've ever seen in your life. It's complete urban hell. Anyway, so anyway, I came back through the Holland Tunnel and I parked my car at this station in this urban hell. And there's like a couple transient looking fellas out there probably busking or otherwise just trying to raise money. They probably have like a domicile, my guess, but like don't have really any money. So like they were talking to me while I'm sitting there. I have no choice, right? I'm just chatting with these folks, and one of them is chilling and everything. It's very clear they're asking for money. But like I looked at the dude, I'm like, you're trying to get money, right? He's like, oh, you know, like what? And I'm like I'll give you my change and we'll hang out for like a half an hour while I figure this out. He's like, all right, man, all right. So I went and gave him my change. I actually had a lot of change. I gave him like $6 in change or whatever sitting there. And then he went and like bought cigarettes and came back. And he was the coolest dude ever. He was super relaxed. But like he just told me what his deal was. So I didn't mind it. You know what I'm trying to explain? Like I'm not a benevolent person. I'm not out here making choices. But like if you're trying to make me a mark, I'm very resistant, just like anybody. If you need help and you just ask for it, it's like shit, you couldn't pick a better person. Like I'll give you something. But yeah, just a side story. I ended up driving the car back with issues all the way back into Pennsylvania. And it was very scary. And the issues ended up being semi-serious, but like it wasn't like structural or anything. But what is your 1 million free XP link? Let me see if I can pull it over from Twitch. Blazers, thank you for using that if you do. Appreciate you, for real. I recommend people use it on their own characters if you can. You saw the eye roll? What did I eye roll? Hey ho, Nomad Tail is really good. It's my evening show now. Thank you.
Disabled. Waypoint
Appreciate the
reached.
prime too. I'm glad you're enjoying. I'm on those characters right now. I do just a little bit of gas scooping on them on stream every once in a while. Just hanging out, chilling. We'll see you another year for episode 17. Me and Bob. Have you seen all of them or nah? You going through them? The guy who invented BMI said it's not appropriate for individual assessment. Yeah, BMI has a lot of problems, right? It's very exacerbated, those problems, when you measure athletes, right? That's what I've heard. Makes sense. But it's still a useful thing to just have to quickly diagnose the severity of something, but shouldn't be taken as gospel. It's like a supporting tool, but it's not good. I agree. There's probably way better ways. I just don't know that are just as easy. You're at 7 now? Very good. You know, I tell this to everybody that comes in here, but episodes 1 through 13 represent the first year of my progress. Episodes 14, 15, and 16 represent the next 3 years. So it just gets better and better, depending on what you're into. I had to go get gas recently on the Jersey side of the Holland Tunnel. It always throws me that they have a pump your gas. Yeah, in Jersey, they pump your gas for you. So like you pull up to a gas station and you don't get out. You have to wait for someone to come and actually take your thing and pump it and then take your money. It's fucking weird. I hate it. Vape, good to see you. But yeah, the Holland Tunnel was like $18 to go through it or some shit. Honestly, like I went through it a bunch and I had not gotten the bill for it. So I guess I just got off scot-free. I'm probably like on a list. Starting your first alt? Hell yeah, Blazer. You should refer your own character for real. I'm serious. It's nice. But if you use mine, thank you very much. I just, I don't want you to give me something when you could use it even more. But I appreciate you either way, even if you don't use it. There's a few full service stations around here, but 99% of them are self-serve. Where's around here, Fish? Yeah, the whole people coming up to your window and like handing you gas. I guess it could be kind of nice in the winter, but it's not, because what happens is sometimes it takes a long time to actually get out of there. They're like going around pumping everybody's gas, one guy or girl. You have to sit there and wait. BC Canada got it. Jookie Boogie says, some dude came up to me when I was traveling about the States and gave me a very detailed story about how they needed money for a train ticket to go help their daughter. Guess I looked gullible. Still gave some dude some cash just for the performance. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that one does reek of scamming in a sense. But it could be true too, and you could have helped the guy. So I wouldn't worry about it. I think helping people, mutual aid, is like a huge part of the human experience. It's kind of demonized, in a lot of our countries. That in chat, a lot of our countries kind of push back on it. But helping people is undeniably a good thing. But people do take advantage of that, and that's part and parcel with helping people. Is that sometimes you will be taken advantage of if you help people, and you run into this a lot with the way we appropriate the funds of the people collected as taxes in various countries and empires and and states, right? You run into people just not realizing that in order to help the people, there is actually gonna be people taking advantage of that. And that's not a sign of failure. It's actually just an understanding of what you're doing. Small Twitch chat. When I was last on the Turnpike in Jersey, they had multiple attendants at the stops. Turnpike, yeah. Turnpikes usually will try to get you through there, right? It's just the gas stations in Jersey, depending on where you are, how busy they are, it can be ridiculous. But it's just awkward. I don't really want someone to pump my gas for me. It just is bizarre. What's the deal with not being allowed to pump your own gas? It's a law. I don't know what the lobbying efforts, what their stated reason were for that, but you imagine it's a lobbying. Whether it's gas, whatever, trying to preserve that job, whether it's some safety thing that somebody just like insists on, I don't know the story. But Jersey is fucking weird. You're not allowed to pump your own gas. Jersey's weird for a lot of reasons. Any Jersey chatters in here? My whole family was born in Jersey, by the way. I was the only one in my whole family that wasn't born in Jersey. Oh, if they let you pump your own if they're enough? Ah, okay. It's not surprising. Helping people when honest money is a good start. I highly doubt there is a human on the planet that hasn't been scammed that's older than 10. There you go. Exactly. But the idea is you don't let that hold you back from necessarily helping people. Let's say you give a guy a bunch of money, he scammed you. It's like, well, honestly, you did the right thing. It's just you rolled the die and it was poor. You in Jersey? Are you actually in Jersey? Holy shit. That's just bananas. That might be a stretch. Yeah, I feel like Roblox is teaching kids to avoid getting scammed. That's awesome. I've never heard that argument. In Jamaica, no one pumps their own gas. Every time I go to the US, it pisses me off to get out of the car. That's awesome. So you're used to it. You're used to the royalty treatment. Yeah, I guess in the winter, pumping your own gas does so. It's just one of those things I never really had to do it. What's funny is, you know, on the east side of Pennsylvania, it's close to Jersey, right? Back in the day, sometimes Jersey would have cheaper gas. So people would drive over to Jersey to fill up and come back. And, you know, they'd have to wait in line for people to pump them. It's so funny. Wisconsin used to be able to pump and pay. A few years later, they dissolved it completely. Now it's all prepay swipe, yeah. Pump and pay is like, honestly, you know, that world is over. What's up, Flex? Worse is when the pump starts slowing down with $2 to go, so it takes 60 seconds to finish. That's so funny. Dude, I've had some pumps that are just ungodly slow, and you're just like, come on, cousin, like, what is this? What are we doing? When I was young is common, yeah. The pay before, or the pump before you pay. Yeah, I even remember when I was young, you could do that at some places. But it is inherently a bit silly. Like they have the vehicle to get away, you know, like let's take like a 5-minute breather here real quick. We'll come back and we'll fill some gas clouds up, keep chatting about life and Eve and all that stuff. Take a little interlude, go check on my kitty cat and heat up my coffee and chill out. So listen to the nice, cool, relaxing Eve music, and I'll see you momentarily if you decide to stick around. You filthy aminos. Somebody left just as I was coming back. Hi, how are you? Let me form this little fleet ski here. I got everything set up. I got all the gas tucked out of the way in some random area, some random system, some random ship. Who knows what it is, where it is, how to get it, who knows. If your goal was to get it, that ship has sailed. The fact of the matter is that most of my value is in the Abyssal scoops themselves, which are a pain in the butt to sell, so I'm not the best kill. But I still am a kill nonetheless. I digress once again. So here we are. Let me add the guys to the watch list, get the camera back on so you guys can watch me. Wash me do wash me. Me number one and you know where me from. Beautiful. All right, we're back set up. Beautiful. Let's do a little zoom skis. Let's click, 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 and click. And let's work back to that. BFR is toasty, right? So this BFR was supposedly touched. Let's go try to get the outside cloud, see if it's there. I don't know if it's good or not. Hello, everybody. Music's going to put me to sleep at work. Yeah, that music is extremely relaxed. No, it is. I see a lot of the, would you like to round up and donate to charity? Yeah, every time I go to Wawa, they try to get me with that. I'm like, I would rather take the money and put it in a blender than donate it to the Wawa charity. Even if you do good work, it's not, I don't trust you to do good work. I don't even care if you do or not. I just don't trust you. Even if you're doing good work now, you're not going to be doing good work in the future. By virtue of you being a stinky, fat, derpy, for-profit corporation. All right, we are back on track. Let's get the outside of the cloud. Looks like this site might actually not be Toucherino, which makes me kind of want to go to the cloud down there. Yeah, let's do an audible here and turn off our drives and let's go back to the small cloud. They're using your donation for your tax write-off. You know, that's actually a kind of a misconception I've heard. It's the case that there is interaction there, but a lot of it is completely separate. And I could be off on that, but I heard you're not actually able to write those charitable donations off on corporate taxes. Slow ass ship. All right, so the plan is let's just burn down there instead. I was gonna MJD, but it took so long to get it on top of me. No damn reason to. Let's just go down there and wait for the rest to spawn, transfer off. What up, Wolver? How you doing? This is CashioS right here. That's Debian. This is the setup here. If it interests you, my friend. Wolverstein, I highly recommend you come to my Eve on Linux Discord if you like Linux. You might thoroughly enjoy that. All right, let's just munch up this small cloud, see if we can grab it real quick. The reason why I didn't want to grab it, I thought this was already touched, but it looks like maybe it's not. So I'll happily grab it. Wait, Fossabot just spammed it twice. That's crazy. I actually posted it right before Fossabot decided to naturally post it. Hell yeah. All right, let's see what we got here real quick. I gotta make sure I fix this. They're on orbit, I think. Which is because me derping around earlier. Wolver, I highly recommend you come there. We have a lot of people. A lot of people are switching over to Linux, so I figured I'd make a Discord for it. And it's been awesome. We have like our own custom-made tools for switching clients. We have a wiki to get you started. I make videos every once in a while for Linux. You won a fleet fight the other day in a broadsword. I lost the fight, but you were impressed by the tank. Yeah, broadswords can tank a unreasonable amount of damage. I mean, all these hicks can. Basically when we see a broadsword when we're out and about, I assume we can't kill it. Even if you get it low, like a fax could come and insta-save it. McFlesh says, I got all my skills and materials to start making ships to sell. Issue is my mammoth can only hold 27k M3. Yeah, so you're gonna have to use transport ships, right? Deep space transports are probably what you're looking at next. So Mastodon. The Mastodon has like a 62,500 M3 fleet bay. You can throw a bunch of ships in there. I recommend micro cloak tricking it exclusively. A good chance to practice if you haven't. Dwayne's laughing because help killed me. Hi. Sorry, I'm skipping some chats because I love you people. My brain is so small and I'm chilling. People were talking about Canada earlier. I was laughing at some of these dates. Nothing to put out the fire, exactly. Welcome, Wolver. Ambushing healers coming out of Texas. Yeah. Killing Abyssal runners is sick. Find myself switching between Kashi and Nobar depending on how I feel that day. Hell yeah. Respect. I think they're all good. And that's not true. I don't like some of them, but if you want to use Ubuntu or whatever, go for it. It's just, you know, chances are you'll have more problems playing Eve than some of the other ones. Nabara is cool. Nabara, of course, is a downstream Fedora distro managed by the guy that makes the Proton version a lot of people use called Glorious Eggroll, right? So obviously gonna be well maintained as long as he's doing it. CashOS is this interesting kind of downstream of Arch. It's not really revolutionary. It's just I would call it highly refined based on what I've seen, but just my experience. Really want to stay away from Arch if you're just trying to do a simple experience, desktop experience, in my opinion. But if you want more power, you're drunk with power and you want to do more things with your computer, Arch is the way to go. But truthfully, you can do anything from any distro. Saying you don't have access to the ore is, well, that may be true, but by not accessing Fedora, you don't have access to the copper either. The Coper. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be not using Fedora. I think I might have double negative that, my bad. Order is easy to use, yeah, to move certain things. Yeah, the specialty ships are great. As far as ships, moving ships around goes, you know, on a small level, I think it's just DSTs, yeah. Dan says if I'm getting drive-through and the kid has the stones to offer that when the total is like 10.08, I'll do it just to reward the optimism. That's awesome. I don't know if it's, listen, Dan, I don't know how much stones the drive-through worker has to offer it. They're probably mandated to offer it or not. But maybe they do have discretion. What's your number one tip for new players to EVE Online who have an abundance of gaming experience outside of EVE? Sure. Yeah, this is a really cool question. I'm going to think about it for a second. All right, sure. I think I'll just speak very broadly here, right? So if you're like an experienced MMO gamer, you've played sandbox games, you've played MMOs, you've played space games, you've played other games your whole life, and you really know what's going on in games. You can understand the systems and the mechanics behind them and why they designed them. The best advice someone can give you for EVE is that like the game itself is largely unsolved. So this could either infuriate you or make you happy depending on your personality. But for example, if let's say you're a diehard old school RuneScape player and you're used to going over to the wiki and seeing anything and everything listed out in perfectly readable order. Everything. It's not like that in EVE. 90% of the game, 99% of the game is not on the wiki. The actual mechanics of it. So my point is, if you're an experienced player, I would go into EVE understanding that because of that fact, a lot of the shit you hear from other people is just like wrong. They just learned it the wrong way. So don't be afraid as you learn how to play the game and get better to like challenge what you hear as maybe being not the best way or inefficient, because you'll hear people speak with authority on this is how you do it. But you go to another group and it could be completely different and your group could be wrong. And in other games, it's not really like that. There is a agreed upon solved solution for whatever you're doing. It's not like that in Eve. So if that's not interesting at all, that prompt, I'd say to make it as interesting as possible is like, there's a lot of room in Eve to learn the mechanics on your own instead of taking someone's word for it. And it's valuable. So anyway, hopefully that was useful. If not, if you want more specific granular advice, I can maybe give you something a little bit more specific. I like that challenge. I'm a systems first gamer. I enjoy learning mechanics behind everything, doing it myself through trial and error. Yeah, so you're going to obviously love Eve. Most of the shit here isn't even covered. I've been doing this right here. We're just like circling a gas cloud, scooping it. I've been working on these mechanics for years now, trying to learn how they work. This is one thing out of a million. So if you like to tinker, explore, and work in a world that's not solved, Eve is probably up there. There's probably not too many other games like it. I will say the game can be expensive to play at some levels, and that, you know, the PvP, the game can largely also be boring between these mechanical revelations, but it is a wonderful game, and I play it all the time, and I'm very entertained by it. But it's just worth pointing these things out. Yeah, anyway, Umbra, if you do play it, hit me up on Discord. My name's Chlorokin, and let me know if you have any questions or anything. If not, no worries. But I think you'd enjoy it. A lot of the time, the stuff in the wiki isn't even all that useful. Yeah, and it's not because they're bad. Eve Uni writers are quite good. It's just that this game is so wide, patchworked, and full of just uncertain mechanics. It's not really, the wiki is just, it's not a thing. You'll get broad advice at best. McFless says you're spot on with that analogy. I've been playing OSRS for 6 years now, and the wiki is very handholdy. Yeah, but it's a good thing. It works perfectly for that game. McFlex, do you know I play OSRS or not? Been having a hard time moving the Nomad fleet with this event happening. All my low stakes spots are hotspots. Ooh, I hate when the events get in the way of the Nomad. Curtis, what's up? I finished most of the guided career agents missions, playing on and off for the last month. Cool, yeah. So, you know, with Eve, it's the type of game too where you're generally behooved by finding a group, because what happens is you just learn every time you play all sorts of things constantly, especially if you constantly try new things and ask for help. So without a group, that knowledge that knowledge fountain is like very limited. So that's some more advice I'd have for you. But honestly, like, you're not gonna have any problem in Eve if you know how games work. It's just on you whether or not it's fun. Eve is not hard. There's a lot of psychological questions involved, and even philosophical ones in some instances with the wars and stuff. But yeah, it's not a hard game, which is part of its draw. If you get bored of games once you learn all the systems, that's what you like. Eve is a treasure trove. Yeah. You can't actually learn everything in Eve. I bet it would take a lifetime to learn everything. And that's not like, oh, Eve is so perfect. It's like, no, there's just actually too much shit. Too many players in the way. Eve's a much deeper game with much more content of the games, in my opinion. If you like theory crafting, testing, Eve. Yeah, I don't want to call it, you know, deeper. Of course, you are entitled to that. Eve isn't as deep as some systems. Like, most of the systems in Eve don't actually go that deep. But compared to something like No Man's Sky, they are canyons, of course. No Man's Sky is a cool game, but like all the systems are very shallow, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Like, I still like No Man's Sky. That can be a reprieve at times to have simple systems, but Eve systems are deeper, but there are games that go much, much, much deeper than Eve even. Like, compare PI to Factorial. You with me? You feel what I'm saying? All right, we get it. Compare combat in Eve, compare wars in Eve where you log on and go to a fight to like Stellaris where you have to manage everything, or whatever it is, whatever game you want to choose. 55 units left, 53 units left. I like to learn the basics of the UI and the core mechanics of the game before seeking a group. Yeah, sure. Well, that's reasonable. I'd say in Eve, you know, you're respecting that you have that preference. I'd say in Eve, it would be now would be a time better than ever to challenge that comfort, because a lot of groups will happily. I mean, I even have a corp. I'll take you in. I'll leave you alone if you want to learn stuff. But the idea is, in Eve, like, the faster you get in a group, the faster you learn. You're not really burdening them by not knowing. On the contrary, you're giving them reason to play and to teach. There's really no such thing as a recruit that holds you down, unless like holds you back, unless like, you know, they're not listening, which I don't think you're the guy for that. Thoughts on Star Citizen? Yeah, I got some thoughts. I think it's a fantastic tech demo. It's really, really cool looking. Beautiful graphics, lots of interesting systems, but it is a financial scam. So those are my thoughts. You're allowed to like Star Citizen, but you don't take $900 million and make a tech demo with it and expect intelligent people to think that you're doing anything other than pocketing the money. I shouldn't say intelligent. I say intelligent, dumb a lot, but it's just insecurity on my end. It's actually ableism, but it's hard for me to break. Didn't know. Finally hit that 86 magic, make my own planks AFK. Yeah, so I played RuneScape back when I was a kid in Classic. I skipped RuneScape 2, and then I played some RuneScape 3 like 5 years ago. And then randomly I just decided to try OSRS. Played Trade, enjoyed it. Made a UIM. I made my UIM and I grinded hard, and I got to Corrupted Gauntlet in Prif, and I grinded CG so hard that I just couldn't do it anymore. And then I made a Nomad Tail. And then after like episode 13, I went back and finished CG and got the Bow of Farthanen. And then I've not really played since. I watched a bit of Nomad series. Cool. You ever recommend an Eve school-like guild? Yeah, there's actually a group called Eve University, but the truth is, it's actually a bit of a misnomer. All corporations in Eve will help you learn. You learn by doing, you learn by being surrounded, you learn by just challenging yourself, leaving your comfort zone, not being afraid to die. If you're in the right ship for the right job, don't want to just go out there on a bar gas for a Tech 1 mission or whatever the fuck it is and get ganked. So you don't even have to go to a school corp. You can even join big groups right away if you're into it. Eve University is a great group. They have a focus on learning though, so you can go to them. They do classes and stuff, I believe, still to this day, if you're into that. So that's my recommendation. Eve University is the name of the corp. You can look them up, Google or DuckDuckGo or whatever. Not all of Eve's systems are deep, but Eve has a lot of systems. Yeah, and they're heavily interacted, and like object oriented and interactable. Eve is not shallow, but it's also not as deep as like some of these games that only focus on one thing. Like, you know, I use Factorio as an example, but it's just a small example. But because Eve is basically like a text game with graphics on it. And so we're all just moving around room to room to room doing things in those rooms. It's hard to describe. Games like Space Engineers really get into the weeds and constructing ships, yeah. Crazy says, what Linux distro do you use? I use CachyOS. Crazy, I highly, highly recommend you come over to my Linux Discord. I have a Discord specifically for Eve on Linux. Our entire mission is to support and guide Eve online players interested in Linux. Wiki, custom made tools, everything is vetted by us. We make sure that nobody takes advantage of you. We have help channels. You can help other players if you know what you're doing. What's the other ship? This is an Outrider. We gotta thank Jagex for Ant, roger that. Thank Privdinas for that. You know, you finally hit Privdinas on a UIM and you unlock it and you're like, oh great, now I get to do Chaos Gauntlet or Corrupted Gauntlet. Which is really, just really not fun. Which distro though? But it says, are you trolling me? Stop. CachyOS. What's up, Gonling? What's up, buddy? G-Make, how you doing? Factorio's dope. It's playable from the start. I didn't feel like I had to look anything up. Yeah. Well, yeah, because it's a focused game. Yeah. It kind of teaches you as you go. Do you have a pub channel? Yeah, I have a corp Discord. You can join that. It's based on Arch. Yeah, CachyOS is the one we primarily recommend, but we you know, there's other ones. Bazite for people that want immutability. Some people use Nobar. I typically recommend Fedora stuff because of the whole attaching the repo thing, but if you know what you're doing, you're good. Or if you're using NVIDIA. But CachyOS just tends to be the easiest and the most powerful for people that just want to play EU. But again, it's just my opinion. We don't do distro arguments on the Discord because they don't solve anything, and I just nip it in the bud immediately. We just kind of help each other. It's nice. Jolly Ranchers recruiting? Jolly Ranchers is not recruiting. Those are only my alts, sadly. I have 10 accounts. Most can do... yeah, I mean, I have a corp called ChloroKitties, though. You can join ChloroKitties. This is my streamer corporation right here. You're allowed to join this. Basically, if you want to join this, you would go to my Discord, and my ChloroKitties Discord and hit us up there in the pub channel. I'll talk to you. I compile my own kernel from Source, a little Gentoo user. Curious what the future state is for Nomad's Tale. The end of episode 16 mentioned the conclusion of following the corp. Yeah, that's the second time somebody kind of asked me if it was the end. I might have phrased that poorly, Gray. So you're gonna still follow the corp, but what I want to do in the future is I want to like have a purpose for each episode. You know, like I don't want to like necessarily roll die and play like a board game every episode, but I want to have like something overarching I'm doing, like an adventure. Can you download Cache S without a plugin drive? So you're asking about how to install an operating system. You know, there are actually some distros you can install just by installing it on your computer and then rebooting, but you do need a USB drive for almost all of them to install an operating system. That applies to Windows and Mac too, but you don't install those typically, so. But I mean, a USB drive is like $1. If you don't have one, come to my Discord. I'll buy one for you, I guess. That's ludicrous though. You don't have a USB drive. I'm sure you do though. Eve already runs well on Steam Deck, but Scream is also a limitation. I think promoting Eve for Linux will be easier when Steam releases their PC. Yeah, and you gotta understand, I'm not really like trying to grow it and like capitalize on Eve on Linux. On the contrary, I strictly forbid any profiteering at all on that Discord. You're not allowed to link to videos with ads in them. You're not allowed to like link private projects that you make money to charge for. You're not allowed to link private Discords. Anything that makes money is banned over there. It's totally free open source. And so what that means is even your projects have to be open source. So what happens is when Steam does the Steam machine or the Steam cube or whatever the fuck it is and all this stuff, like it's only just, we're just going to be another resource for them. That's all. He uses Arch, by the way. The only exception I've run into is if you're building a machine and the hard drive SSD vendor installs one for you. Yeah. Well, most people buy Windows on their computer. That's just how they are, or Mac. It's not that Linux is tricky to install. It's that you've probably never installed an OS. All right. So if you've never met me before, I do use Linux, but it's not like my whole personality, but I do love it. But one thing about me you got to understand is like, I don't care if you use Windows. You're totally welcome here. I don't think I'm superior for using it. Truthfully, I'm not at all. I just like it, and that's allowed. Gabe Cube, excuse me. You want to use Cache now? Consider yourself influenced. I'm a bit of an influencer, chat. I'm a bit of an influencer in my off time. The Blaze on Twitch? Hell yeah. But yeah, somebody says they compile their own kernel. I'm actually going to use Gentoo on this this year. The reason being is because Debian no longer supports 32-bit architecture, so I have to make my own, basically. Or use some like micro or anti-X or something. I forget what they're called. I'd rather just make my own Arch32. But it would be kind of ridiculous to do Gentoo for like what I'm doing now, unless you're like really good and had time and, you know, redundancy, which I'm not. CacheOS is a big part of how I'm able to make videos, stream, play all these games, multi-boxing and stuff without having too many issues, because it does do a good job of kind of babying you. Which is why I recommend it. But even with that said, there's arguments for all of them. It's just not terribly interesting to talk distros. For me, this is the truth, because like, you know, most people that argue distros don't necessarily even realize like, like the differences are not as stark as they argue half the time. Sure, when people get into like actual package managers and like talk about user repos and stuff like that, there's some debate, but most of it is like easily customized away, or, you know, it's just a different approach to the same solution. Gonlink says distro arguments are so 1997. So what's interesting, Gon, is I'm actually pretty new to Linux. I'm like under 2 years old now in Linux. I'm like new to it. So it's all new to me, man. Like I'm one of these green thumb guys, right? I'm just enjoying it. But one thing I noticed early on is that like arguing distros is there's no reconciliation and it's just subjective. And most people that spend their time doing it don't really understand just how much in common each distro has. That's kind of the point, yeah. I love that every streamer for Eve is willing to help and give advice and explain things. You and Laura are some of the top helpers I use Ask. Hell yeah. Yeah, Laura's a friend of the show. Yeah, he pointed a lot of people to my channel over the year now. Laura is officially the boy. Also, JW Ox no longer hates Laura, which is fascinating to me. I mean, that's a hell of a fucking redemption arc. Can y'all tell I just drank some mean-ass coffee? Listen to the fucking cadence of my voice. God damn. Freedom Tower, what's up, buddy? The only thing I see with distro arguments is people overlooking the end users, use cases, developers, and researchers have very different needs than gamers, even if they're using the same hardware, sure. Look how close these rats are to my face. Get out of here, rat. Get out of here. Hey. Hey. Get out of here. Get. Shoo. Get out of here. You silly rats. I'm influenced by convenience. Steam can have my money for convenience, same as Netflix did long ago. Cool. Yeah, no shame in that game. Shit, for someone like you, it might be even useful to use something like GNOME, which I hate personally, but GNOME is awfully convenient. If you just leave it as it is, it kind of works. Kind of funny. Linux is a different operating system. It's not better. It's not worth. It's subjective. Sure. It'd be hard for me to take someone seriously who said Windows is better than Linux. It would be hard for me to take that seriously. Usually it's like, oh, but it runs, you know, kernel level anti-cheat games like Valorant, or it runs like Adobe, or it runs CAD. Normally that's the argument. Normally I don't hear people say Windows is better than Linux. That's bizarre. I feel like I'd have to talk about that if someone said that. But if you like it better, that I don't give a shit. That's just you, baby. A lot of people will spend time debloating Windows, making it more usable. That's chill. A lot of people just don't care. That's chill as well. When I talk about Linux, it's just me talking about a fun toy. Zedekis says, I tried GNOME and got bored. I really like Kitty. Actually, it's called Plasma. KDE is the company that made it. Actually, it's called Linux GNU. Sorry. Sorry, my headphones fell off while I was shaking my head. Trying to actually his ass. You're in Florida? Hell yeah. My girlfriend's in Florida right now. Visiting some family. Yo, this is the most elite... Dude. This is the most elite Linux user I've ever seen. Look at his chat history. Dude, you are my favorite chatter. He comes in here, he says, what distro? I compile my own kernel. Distro arguments are so 1997. Command line only. GUI is a fad. Yo, let me show you something you're going to like. Do you play Linux? Or do you play Eve on Link? I actually made a CLI mapping client. You'll love this. It basically registers the signatures in-game and lets me manipulate them and stuff. He says, yes, of course, nice. So instead of using Wander or anything like that, I use this, which is probably your cup of tea. Kind of funny. That's on my GitHub if you care to see how bad I am at coding. Gonlink, you are the most elite Linux user, though. I'll give you that. If you've been using Linux since 97, shit, you got me beat. A bit of Linux-tism came through. Actually, Linux GNU, Richard Stallman. Oh, God. I started dabbling years ago. I think the first time I ever loaded distro is Mandriva or Mandrake back then. Yeah, I've heard of Mandrake, never Mandriva. Actually, distro arguments are hilarious to watch. True, we could farm them for content. From a business standpoint, I heard that Linux was loaded under Windows due to stability issues. What? What? Oh, you're saying, does Windows use Linux? No, they have their own stuff now. It's not Unix compliant, POSIX compliant. Je ne comprends pas, Sigwell. Je regrette. You're gonna have to redo that whole ass sentence, dog. I don't know what the hell you're trying to say. A cluster of C3 holes near me? A cluster? A cluster of wormholes. All right, that sounds like a new content idea. Multiple wormholes spawning on grid with each other. Thoughts? Blazer says the reason I haven't switched to Linux yet is because I play games that can't be played on Linux. That's a pretty good reason not to switch. Pretty good reason. What games do you play? Do I want to know? Are you going to say a bunch of Riot games? Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm just kidding. You're allowed to like them. Damn, a lot of viewers today. What's up, folks? Trying not to watch that because it's like goes up and down. You're like, what did I do wrong? Main thing stopping me from swapping to Linux is that my likely Skyrim mod list wouldn't be compatible. Yo! That is insane. That is awesome. This is my new favorite thing I've ever read. This is the most goated reason to not switch. I'm sorry, I'm putting this on the Discord. Oh, that's so good. I don't even know if it's true. I feel like you could still use it. I love you. It's actually kind of amusing. In like an endearing way. Alright, let's go dump this gas. We still got more gas, folks. I got so much gas today, it's like I'm gassed up. Skyrim keeping me from swapping systems kind of wild. It's gotta be the most ported game in history. Skyrim is a game that I've bought like 3 times somehow that I still haven't finished. You were hunting an instrumental yesterday? Hell yeah, XD. Multiple wormholes on a grid, each going to a different system? Yeah, I'd love it. It'd be great. Yeah, wormhole cluster, right? Why not? Why not? A little wormhole cluster action. Alright, let's reset the timer here. I'm a little gas miner, hear me shout, here is my handle, here is my spout. When I boil over, hear me shout. Tip me over and pour me out. Yeah, I said it. Y'all weren't brave enough to say it, but I said it. Alright, let's go back to the VFR. VFR. Did I already go to this one? Oh, this is the one that I kicked. Alright, we're gonna have to warp around a little bit. What's your favorite TV show? Never been much of a show or movie guy, but sheesh, favorite TV show. I really like Archer, but I guess that's kind of lame. I'd have to think about it. I can't remember. Being asked my favorite or something is like, well, I'm just gonna check out of this immediately. We got probes in this bitch. Who's probing me down? Hey yo, who you probing? There's a hair in here. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. It's over. It's over, chat. His ship name is Scanner, and he's got some sweet symbols. The more symbols, the more dangerous they are. That's the truth. Crazy, what's your favorite TV show? Damn, they are right on top of my ass. Sheesh. Yo, check this out. Watch. I'm going to do some evasive maneuvering here. Ready? They'll never see it coming. Oh, we did it. We booshed them. All right, let's go here now. Oh, hallelujah. Hallelujah. We've done it. We've done it. The madmen. I guess we'll scoop on the way out and just retarget. Why not? Get a little something for ourselves. Looks like we're right on the blue orbit. Love it. We had to do some sweet, fat, stinky evasive maneuvering there. Very important. We landed directly on the rat's face. Now, we could have warped off 12 times before they targeted us. They don't scram. They're kind of pathetic, but I did it the fancy way because I'm just a fancy guy. I'm a little zesty on Mondays. Whenever I stutter trying to, like, say the day of the week, it's because I don't remember. Umbria, I love you, buddy. You can mod Skyrim on Linux, but my mod list is very in-depth. Uses several things that rely on Windows-specific drivers. Got you. So, you know, for someone like you, when you have a very niche reason, I recommend just throwing Windows on a small drive and doing your Skyrim thing there, switching over whenever you want to. But it's really up to you, right? For people that play Valorant and League of Legends, I recommend you find a good fucking video game to play. Sorry, I had to say it. C5 gas. So this is a bountiful frontier reservoir right here. So this spawns in 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is frontier. Pago, have a wonderful evening, sir. I hope you rest well. A little bit of late start today. I blame everybody except myself. I ain't taking a lick of accountability for this shite. You had an instrumental yesterday? Yeah, it's awesome. Maybe the Expanse of the ending wasn't so poor. Yeah, I haven't read the Expanse yet. I actually bought it. I bought it like almost a year ago now from one of my chatters told me to get it. Never read it. Oh well. C20 is one of the ones you've been chased off a few times. Yeah. BFRs are definitely a good gas site. One of the better ones. I guess Dwayne's leaving too. All right, yeah, good night, Dwayne. Gravy knows. Gravy knows what it is. Sorry, Dwayne, you gotta go, buddy. Your conjoined twin is leaving. That means you gotta go too.
Connecting.
Tampage 80. What up? What up? C20 is 68 per M3, the stuff you're huffing yesterday? Yes, 320, yeah. XC, you ever come here before? Yeah, I scoop a lot of gas. I know the drillio, you know what I'm saying? Last time, it was a cloaky Loki that didn't have any perches on the gas site, so decloaked themselves trying to catch me. Classic. El Clasico. First time yesterday? Nice. Yeah, instrumental cores are the best sites to find generally. I've been scooping for personal use. Personal use? What are you doing with the gas? Are you huffing it yourself? Like a fucking space whippet? That's unhealthy and gross. Don't do that. Thinking about getting back to the COD, so I re-downloaded Modern Warfare 3, and before the shaders were even at 3% compiled, I was DDoSed. What? My core mate recently killed a wolf and a heron. That's all. You're DDoSed downloading a game? What? He says old COD titles are not safe. Found a C6 and gas and easy money. Awesome. So this YouTube chatter says he downloaded Modern Warfare 3 and then he was in the lobby and he got DDoSed. I mean, my knee-jerk reaction is that you need to learn a little bit more about networking and computers and what you're talking about. But if maybe you can send me an article on how Modern Warfare 3 gets DDoSed, I'll read about it and learn something. Maybe I'm wrong. Instrumental here as well. It's definitely scuffed. I don't even think there was a cloud on it, but let's just take a quick look. Make on one Tech 1 ships from shuttle through BC. Oh, okay, so you're going to make Tech 3 ships with it? Nice. You can also make caps with a little bit of gas, yeah? The heron is afoot. I assume you live inside there? No, I'm a nomad, my friend. I move around. Yeah, so this was scuffed up. All right, so I do have an ordinary I can get on, but I'm pretty much bored of gas at this point, I'd say. I'm not really interested in farming anymore. I'll kind of tell you how much I farmed though in 5-10 minutes. I'm going to head over to Jack Denine and look at Tabby, I think.
Connecting.
Wolverstein has followed the stream. Ooh, it rhymes. I love that. Yeah, if you don't know me, have you ever met me before? A lot of people know me. I always try to make sure you're aware of this just so you're not left out of the conversation. A lot of people know me for this series called A Nomad Tale, okay? This is a series about solo J-Space life. It's on my YouTube. And it's like 30 fucking 3 hours long or some insane batshit crazy stuff like that. But you don't have to watch it. Just understand that's where, you know, a lot of people met me through there. They what's the phrase? They found me through my content. Yeah. He's a movie star, yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is that I'm not just like a random person in the sense that some of these people know me for a while. So don't feel left out. You're welcome here. Just dropping off a little gasolino here. You know what it is. Keeping it cool as a cucumber. Cucumber. You know the drillio. I'm out here moving around, scooping up gas. Moving it around, making ships with it, selling it to the good people. This is what I like to do. I like to find the gas, farm the gas, smush the gas, move the gas, react the gas, use the reactions to make tech components, make the tech components into ships, and then sell the ships in the market after moving them once again. That's what I like to do. Watching some of it for the first time the other day was pretty cool. Yeah, no doubt. And I basically start off with like nothing, no information at all. So you get to slowly work through what to do with me. And you the cool part is like all my mistakes are in there as well. You get to watch me fuck up over and over again. What do you use to make ships? I don't understand the question. My Tengu purchases in Amara directly support this stream. Dan knows what it is. Nomad's Tale should be part of Eve tutorial. How to not suffer while playing Eve. That's hilarious. How to not suffer while playing Eve. There you go. That's a title. That's a title to be proud of. Awesome. Beautiful, beautiful, mate. All right, kill that. Do this. Do that. Launch that. Let's log on our CK, guys. Let me think. PFR. Let me figure out how much we just made there. Because I didn't actually add it up because I just don't care, I guess. ISK is a point system that I don't subscribe to. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, we made like 950 million, I'd say, total. But we're just dicking around for half of that time, so. Pass the gas. AAA company, you can bypass the suffering by buying this boost. I love buying boosts. I'm a big boost buyer. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is for that game. Definitely not a DOS though. If it's, I guess I don't really care, but yeah, I mean, if it's them fucking up on their own end, that makes sense. But it's not like a vector for like a hacker to DOS you. But yeah, I got you. You use a structure? Yeah, so my series talks about it, the latest episode, but if you don't want to watch that, yeah, I use Amamake. Amamake is out here. Right here. Where is it? There she is. Amamake is right here, and this system is nice for a lot of reasons. But it's low sec, so you can react there. It's centralized. It's close to every trade hub except Jitta, and it gets the faction warfare reduction to system cost index. And since it's in faction warfare, all the routes are constantly clear. And it's just a nice, you know, place, nice way to stay in shape. So Amamake is kind of my cup of tea. It's where I like to do stuff, but it's not the best. It's probably not even top 5 best. I'm assuming it's pricey there. I don't even look. Other locations you can go are all over. You can even put your own down and try to do it that way. So blue gray. Pioneer I set up for huffing. Uses a tenement, decent speed, but I like to kill the rats that spawn, so I'm not trying to ninja spin them. Yeah, I mean, if you're not trying to actually spin them, 5 of men is more than enough. Pretty much my only problem with overpropping something, and yeah, I do it for spinning and whatnot, but I only do it under the cover of the Vital Core Rats, is if you use a 10 of men and spin a cloud, what happens is if somebody's very accurate when they warp on you, it actually takes a while to change your align and get out. Granted, you can MJD, but just be advised, 10 of men is a little bit tricky if somebody actually does it right. So I would almost recommend 5 if you're just going to clear it and spin. What are the realities of traveling the stars in a shuttle to chat with regional groups and local chat? Totally allowed. Yeah. So you'd have to know where to go, right? If you turn on the jump bridges, these red lines, you can kind of get a sense for where people are stationed. I can tell you Brave is right here. Goons are right here. Horde used to be up here. Now it's a bunch of randos. Frat live right here. 4H. And then in it, another huge group live down here. I don't even know where they're staged anymore. CN or some shit. What is it right here? I don't remember where they are. They're somewhere in there. Otherwise, you know, you're looking at smaller groups with fewer jump bridges. But yeah, you can go talk to those people. Why not? They're probably not going to want to talk to you. But maybe you can chat with them if you're nice. I'm a new old player. Played a game for a short time in 2022. Left some real life stuff and came back again last week. Cool, yeah. Yeah, I like to say that I started in 2005, but I have like a total of 5 years experience over that whole time. So it doesn't really matter when you start how good you are. It just matters what you know, what your attitude is. $50 MN on Pioneer. Blue Gray, how are you, buddy? What's up, Glenn? You have a good day too, buddy. Sorry, I'm so slow to get to you. Hey, Crazy, have a good night. Hey, Sargon's here. What up, gangster? Gaming Cage, follow the stream. You sly dog, I see you. What ships you guys recommend training for? An 18 mil SP character? I mean, it's like when you ask somebody, what should I do in life to make money? It's like, I don't know, man. What do you like to do? Right? That's where I'll start to. What do you like to do? You like to PvP or you like to rat? Do you like to explore or do you like to mission? You like to build ships? Collats. Yeah, Collats, I gotta be honest, that problem is always, it's omnipresent with all prop mods, depending on how good your inertia is. It's not really a problem though, because you just choke the speed manually, right? Like if you're in a tenement and you can't touch the cloud, you just choke it down to 3/4 speed and it instantly fixes it, right? So it's not a real problem. It does reduce the effectiveness of the fit though, so I agree if that's the takeaway. I try to do quests on a new character, relearn the game. There you go. Even a battle roll seems much better than Tech 1. Yeah. I also, Blue Gray, I also posted all of my mutaplasmids on Mutamarket earlier. All of my Abyssals are here. If you want to buy any of them, just tell me which ones you want and I'll give you like a discount. There should be like 60 of them up here for sale. These are all public right now. But I have all the way from -2s to +7s for sale at like whatever price I chose. But don't pay that price. Let me know what you want. I'll take them off market and sell them to you. I was just doing a deep flow rift, fishing in Losec is actually not terrible risk. Yeah, I heard you can actually fail them and farm the rats for money too. I don't know if that's true. So the best ship is the one you enjoy the most? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Last time I played was drunk in night shifts at Christmas 2 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would say if you haven't done industry yet, try to build something. If you haven't explored yet, try to go explore some sites. If you haven't killed a player, try to go fight somebody and lose, you know? Try it. Won't hurt. Any harvesters? No, just scoops. That's the only ones I use. Sorry. Glenn says, where's the dang unsub button? Whew. Man builds himself a new heart and he comes in here and takes away my subs. Choking the speed but trying to keep it useful? Yeah. Exactly. But I'm just trying to say, like, if it happens in the field, it's a quick fix. That's why it's not a real problem. It's just a design problem. It's not an emergency, I guess is my take. I have a little bit of raspberry iced tea here. Delicious. Arizona raspberry iced tea. Paolo's here. He says, hey, I'm in a prot right now. I may have fed one of these to a combat site yesterday. But that's okay. The worst part is I fed it because I didn't read my own notes right. This is true. I didn't read my own notes right. Did the thing I wasn't supposed to do, and then it trapped the site, and then I couldn't actually even go get the rack. So I just went and bought another one, did another one. I don't give a fuck. All right, so check out this out. I've been collecting exploration loot on Jack. This is what I've got so far. What do you guys think? It's too big. There we go. This is what I've collected on Jack out of Tabby in like a week. You can't even see it because my fat head is in the way. There you go. Some actual good drops in there, right? The ass clap implant was pretty nuts. One of these was worth a lot. Yeah, Corpum A-type multi-spec. 4.1 solid weight. Yeah, I mean, I just lost the Proteus though, so that sucked. I played a lot to get this too. There's also some ghost sites in here, 3 ghost sites. Nice haul. I have no idea what I'm looking at. So basically, actually, I'm not going to explain this from the start, but you're looking at loot that came out of me being in a system for like a week, me just looking for stuff to loot. You also see blue loot in here. This comes from sleeper caches. Kind of cool. But basically what you're looking at is me scanning down signatures and then doing the sites. A lot of this is combat loot. All this stuff is from actual boss monsters that you go out there and kill, or ships. These are from shitty drone sites. I recommend staying away from drone sites. This is from the local drifter sites. These are ghost sites. These are the dead sites and sleeper caches. Here's like a little bit of gas I scooped. So it's kind of fun. What I really like about it is it's not good money necessarily for all the work you have to put in, but it's quite safe if you take it slow, and it is really varied lottery-based loot. It's a lot of fun when you get something nice. So combat exploration has been a lot of blast. Been using the Proteus to do it. Basically, like any Tech 3 ship, you would have a shitload of refits, and you have the ability to refit to travel mode, right? Very simple stuff. But I'll just show you, I'll just put it in travel mode for now, since we'll need it in travel mode next. And then we'll leave it at that. So strategic cruisers are some of the most fun things on the planet because you can refit them on the fly in space without a base. With a mobile depot, you can refit everything, including the rigs. So you're basically left with a ship that you can refit for under 3 seconds a line, cloaky, nullified, and stabbed. Oh, wait, we forgot this. Actually, I like to do it like this. I like to even double prop the travel fit. This is the complete travel fit. It's hyperspatialed, stabbed, nullified, under 3 seconds a line, double propped, and it still packs a punch in case some random tackle grabs you. You can throw EC drones in there if you want, but EC drones kind of suck. And then you get to the site, and then you whip out a yurt. You drop a yurt, and then you refit into the actual perfectly tanked ship. This is a classic thing. It's been around for as long as sites have existed in EVE. Or as long as strategic cruisers specifically have been around since, what, 2010, I think? The idea is because you can refit everything, you refit completely from safety into pure tank or pure damage or whatever you want. And to do that, you have to know what you're doing for the site. So you go scan it, you come back, or you stay out there and you log on your combat guy, and then you fit it perfectly and then go out and refit, etc. It's very simple. This is a very tried and true method. This is how you can travel through nilsec and lowsec with impunity to do these sites. And this is exclusively how I've gotten all this loot so far this week. Well, most of it. Some of it's hacking too. Anyway, so if like that interests you for whatever reason, like my corp is like kind of gearing towards being able to do that with some regularity even. So let me explain. So if you look at our corp map, we have somebody up here doing a no-no. If you look at our corp map, we're in Tabbets here, right? It's constantly connected to mad wormholes. Looks like Maurice updated it. Cool. So the premise is like you can farm any of these for combat sites whenever you want. You can also take them and build little side structures here and go on a little excursion. But there's a bit of a problem. All of these case-based systems, the locals, these Parallax Alliance guys, they actually roll them all the time for their own reasons. So if you go through them, if you're over here, you could get rolled out. But if you're over here, none of these ever get rolled. Which means that you could go through here to Losec and be completely unmolested for an entire day in your own little chain. So Tabaseer is no different than other places in the sense that it uses wormholes to connect you. It's just a lot more of them, reminiscent of Turner and Thera. Let me just do the corp plug one more time because now we're talking about Tabaseer. If you need a corp or if you have a character to throw in my corp, feel free. Come by to hang out in the pub if you want. We'll be doing Tabaseer stuff. We're trying to figure out a way to make blops work, essentially. I was ranting about it earlier. But I also like doing blops in the corp as well. See ya, tech priests. Wife got me a new tea and I like it. Hell yeah. You can't have coffee? Yeah, of course. You don't want to wreck that new fucking thing you just built up. You can over 0 instead of 500? Yeah. I've tinkered around with that a bit. Really touchy if the spiral doesn't play nice. Huh? There's nothing touchy about orbiting at 0. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying how if you're inside, the spiral can be outside? You can fix it by heading towards there and then orbiting 0. Yeah, I know what you mean. If you orbit from the inside, it won't go towards it. It'll kick out first and then work towards it. I talk about this in a Nomad Tale, actually. It's funny. Tengu's very good for PV. Yep. Rail Tengu has underrated projected DPS. Never heard that before. I love that. I mean, back in the day, right, with the Pete's. But I never knew they were celebrated for the dips. Yeah, technically for what I'm doing here, just doing like basic combat exploration, any strategic cruiser is great. Any of them. In fact, there is a world where you use all 4 and target the rats with the perfect one, right? If they're weak to EM, maybe use lasers, right? You feel me? Okay. Was that a map you were just using? Yeah, this is Wanderer. Thank you, Gravy. Sorry, I'm just rolling down now. Tabby's pretty close to where I frequently hunt sleeper caches. Cool, really? You're just out here somewhere? We're connected to Enir, which goes down here in Molden Heath, right? So we're right on the edge of Molden Heath. So we're about as close as you can be here. And Molden Heath is a great place to explore for low-sec stuff. It really is. It's usually pretty chill. You know, I never really put it 2 and 2 together until right now. But Parallax Alliance, I used to know them for Molden Heath. I never realized we're 1 jump away. It just didn't click until now that that's why they're in Tabby. It's pretty cool. Rail Tengu can do 500, 600 DPS at 60 AM. Wow. Thought it was less. Paolo for the win. But anyway, I just wanted to show off this loot. Pretty cool. Let's do a little bit of casual scanning here in Tabby. Why not? I actually made another character called Tabby Cats here just to scan down Tabby. I think I used 4 injectors or something. And her scanning is like up to snuff. Better than Jack's. And I'll let her progress over the next month into virtues and whatnot. With some drugs and implants. If you're including Pyrolancia in that DPS, I'm going to be extremely upset. He's like, yeah, that's a hot pyro damage. He did include the tilde, though. You had the tilde there. So technically, that's your plausible deniability. Saves the day. Do you know how to play guitar? I'd say so. Can play a couple of songs. That's with Overclocker. Oh, got you. Word. So honestly, Tabitzer is really interesting for a lot of reasons, primarily because of how Parallax Alliance uses it. Parallax uses Tabitzer as a personal travel hub. They'd use it for themselves only. It's really fascinating. So what they do is they scan it down, and the 4 low sec statics, the 1 high and 1 null sec static, they basically use a carrier to roll them, or, you know, battleships or Avalanche or whatever for the high sec one. They use big ships like carriers to roll them instantly, and then they just keep doing that until they're connected to wherever they want to be. They do this from 800 to 0 eve time. So that other shift is like usually pretty dead. So what happens is those, during that 16-hour period, those wormholes become extremely likely to just randomly close. Randomly, it seems. So it's kind of crazy. But I'm learning to be a little bit more precise. What you want to do is go through the J-space holes, which never get closed. They're reverse statics. 6 statics. There's actually, you know, 10 in here or more. I still haven't nailed how many J-space reverses there are. It's a little hard to tell because of the mechanics I'm not about to go into again. As much as I love giving Paolo a hard time, 100% trust him on Python numbers. Yeah. Paolo is a spike player, right? When he talks about competitive stuff, you should at least listen and take it in. Maybe he's wrong, but he's probably on the right track. I agree. New lingo, reverse static. Yeah, we've covered it a few times. They close the outgoing hole. No, they don't close them. What they do is they roll them until there's a connection for their fleets, and then they use them as a travel hub. They use it as their own personal Thera. For the archives room in your ghost site, you said you have a break Loki. Do you just hack cans till your HP runs out and you need some time healing the pool? Yeah, so I ignore the healing pool things because 2 of them are glitched. But what I do is I go right for the cans. I try to get all 11. And what you want to do is you want to use the Loki's overheating bonus to run them overheated the whole time. The passive regen, how the archive works is it ramps up damage. So if you hustle, you don't need more HP. And if you ever start to get low, your shield gets under a quarter, you just dip. But because of the sheer amount of HP you have and the stacking resistance and heat bonuses you have, you can do all 11 before they deplete your bar. Now, a lot of people use active tanks Tengus to tank 2k plus EBHPS in there so they can just ignore the earthquakes. I just use a 500 mil Loki, or it's probably 700 mil now because of the prices, right? I don't do archives anymore. It's too much work for the amount of boxes, but it is worth doing and learning. It's fun. How much EHP? I actually don't know. It's basically just like a standard buffer fit with overheated multi-spectrums. So probably double large extended, probably double, you're right? Multi-spec. I'm willing to bet if you look back at the video, you might be able to see a clip of it in there. I think I saw a clip of it in there where, I mean, shit, I could even go digging on my hard drive, which is not plugged in right now, and find you the fit. But it's really like as basic as it comes. Yeah. So one thing to remember, Entity, is that while you're learning Archive, you can just warp out at any time. There's never any issues. Okay? So when you're learning it, just try to go for as many boxes as you can. And as soon as you get scared, just leave. And just keep doing that until you get like 2, 3, 4 boxes and then start to get comfortable with it, right? I recommend keeping local open and watching for the red messages. Those are the extra damaging ones. Also, definitely overheat when you see an earthquake incoming. ATL Rope Guy, what up, bro? Nomad's Tale series got me to Eve. That's amazing. Thanks for sharing that. Appreciate you. Glad you enjoy. I'm glad to be a part of your story. When the Lokis I've helped kill had well over 100k HP. Crazy how well they can be tanked for a cruiser. Yeah, I mean, Lokis can hit 80k HP buffer without really any bling at all. You bling it can get a lot more. But the truth is, like, even my hunting pry has like 130,000 EHP. And that's not even crazy blinged. Don't trust the Insight Reppers? No, they have not fixed it to my knowledge. I tested it slightly once or twice just to see what they were, and yeah, they were glitched. Only one of them works. An IAC, good tip. That bailing when the vibes get rough is how I've gone from standard sleeper cache to bonus room. Yes. There you go. Yeah, the sleeper caches are interesting, you know? You can bail when it gets weird and go back knowing that moment's coming and do another one next time. The truth is that once you become a god at sleeper caches, you're probably gonna skip the archives. I know. It just depends on how often you see him. If you see soups a lot, you're gonna want to skip it. It is a lot of effort to do them. I also skip the mine room completely. I don't do mines or archives. I just go in, take the 16 boxes or whatever that are just floating there basically with a very little effort and just leave. What are your thoughts on the Odysseus? Yeah, I actually covered it in Nomad Tale 16 a lot too. The thoughts are too verbose to share, but I like it. I use it. I use it in my setup. Are you watching it as Laura reacts? Awesome. I wonder if he's going to react to episode 16 or not. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, Laura reacting to it is awesome. Quick little reminder, when you drop your probes like this, remember that anybody can right-click on them and save the location, and now they have a bookmark right next to you, so watch that. If you drop probes, either get them off grid immediately or clear space right away. All right, let's take a look. We're going to paste this in the tabby and see what needs to be cleared. Yeah, I'm going to do this on the other monitor. We'll kind of show you when it's cleared. I don't want to just keep bringing it on and off. So let's see here. CSP dav at FTQ. HFS is gone. Not even on here. HFG, excuse me. IRV is gone. Some of these came when I was not here. IRY is gone. JSI. Here we go. Now we're back on track. Nick Pyle. And a couple others down here. Yuv isn't here. BVY isn't here. Waff is gone. Love it. All right. So now we're updated. Let's take a quick look here and see what we need to scan. Pretty much everything except for these got reset, yeah? That's what it's looking like to me. Somebody fucked up the map. That's okay. We'll fix it now. Who put these here? Ah, I see. I'm guessing Ark scanned them and didn't put them into the mapper. We'll have to have a long talk with him about that one. Let's scan down Tabby real quick. Using Tabby Cat skills takes a little bit of time. It's not perfect. What's up, Born Crusher? I'm pretty sure Ark mapped this down, bookmarked everything in game, but didn't add them to the mapper. So I'm staring at a blank map now. But that's okay. We're gonna school him later if that's actually what happened. What's actually fascinating is you can just go by the bookmarks in game if you want to fix this. You can also enter it all manually. Since I know what they are, I could just do that. But I'm just going to scan down the bookmarks again and get them in my probe launcher and fix this real fast. It's not a lot of guesswork here when you know where they are, right? Makes sense. Always clear ping probes. Had a warp to my probes once. Yeah. I got killed one time with a seed character. Like I missed the bookmark. That's actually funny. I missed the bookmark. He's on like episode 5. Oh, really? I thought he was further. Oh, okay. I got you. For some reason, I thought he finished reacting to a Nomad Tale. I thought he started skipping ahead and finished. Man, I'm getting conflicting info. See, I just did it again. My brain's fucked. I'm not used to doing this. My brain sees the signature. I'm like, ooh, scan it down. In reality, I just have to do these bookmarks. That's okay. I'm going to slowly coach everybody on how to use a mapper and whatnot. Wow, I really just got to zoom in and put it right on it. It's the 3rd time I've done that. The turret mine room and the solar room are high reward for the limited risks, but even the solar room is good haul for a minor tank check. Yeah, I mean, I just put a medium shield extender on it and just fly right in there. It's no problem at all, right? Is this it right here? CCQ. Let's put it directly on it this time so I don't fat finger it once again, yeah? Born, how's your day, broski? Yeah, I don't really fuck with the mine room. You can if you want to just take the two things, but in Estero, like you don't want to like screw up or anything like that. And accidentally run into something. It's not worth it for 2-3 boxes. If you want to actually get all the boxes out of the mine room, it's like a pain in the ass. He's still a ways behind. Oh, okay. Somebody told me he was finished, so I just took that at heart, to heart. So there's RV. This is really annoying, by the way. I'm gonna have to explain. I'm gonna have to figure out what happened here. And look at it. Basically, I had a bunch of stuff scanned yesterday, and at some point it got overwritten with blank signatures. I don't know how somebody does that, but that's what I'm dealing with right now. Ooh, I wonder if somebody lazy deleted it and got rid of all this progress. I'm gonna have to look at the logs later. I don't want to call him out on stream though, but I think it was Ark. Ark, shame on you. I'm just kidding. I didn't do it. Wasn't me yesterday. There you go. Gravy dodged the bullet. He's feeling personally attacked right now. I expect more people to nuke the map too, but I'm actually curious how it ends. If it ends, whatever. I'm on I just released episode 16, so you can always watch it ahead if you want. Goes a long time though. It's not over yet. I'm still making episodes. The logs isn't around to deny it. You got paranoid about the tank check. Couple more of these to scan down, and we'll scan the other ones down after I load them in. I don't have to do this. Like I said, I could just look at the bookmarks, but I just want to be sure these are right. I'm guessing since you're not in JSpace, you aren't camped out in there anymore. This is JUH. Yeah, no, so I still use those characters. For the first 3 hours of the stream, I was on those characters in JSpace, yeah. This is my stream characters. Thoughts on Abyssal Tunneling being bannable? They banned it the day I made the video. Which is kind of funny, right? All right, so now we can import this in and kind of fix the mistake here. If you're watching this wondering what the mistake was, at some point all these things were overwritten with blank signatures. I'm not actually sure how they even did it. They must have deleted them and then added them. Which I don't know how or why you would do that. That's okay. We'll figure out what happened later. Is this saved? This is not saved. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, now we can load this in the tabby and we actually have a list of stuff going on here. Now what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to go from top to bottom and just triple check all these wormholes real quick and make sure everything is as it is, because I really don't like when the map's fucked up. It makes me irrationally upset. Yeah. Yeah. So let's fix things now. So let's just go right from the top. We're in a buzzard, not really worried about losing any of these things. Home is set to hack nearby. Can grab another one if I fat finger, lag, and or disconnect. My plan for the mapping is to teach people to call out mistakes and hopefully, you know, they can fix them and learn. But the truth is that, yeah, look. Wait, what? Yeah, this person really messed this up. You're not supposed to bookmark this with this label. Sheesh. I'm sure they were trying to help, but they really did make a mistake here. This is exactly... Let me write some notes down for this person later. So in their defense, I haven't published the guide yet on how to do this for the corp, but some of this is sort of common sense, I think. But we'll learn. We'll figure it out and learn. I'm going to go through them all right now and sort this murder mystery out right now. Bookmarking the hole is that way you can warp to the bookmark and jump the hole. You'll be in range. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he put the signature as the bookmark. He probably did it for all of them. Some of these aren't even here. Yeah, so I have like 3 mistakes here, but we're gonna learn. We're gonna learn together. I'll fix this. And what'll happen is if people don't learn from the mistakes, what I'll do is this stuff will be opt-in instead. I'll put a wall in front of it to actually access the map. Anybody can read it, but only certain people can use it, if that becomes a problem. I think it's just a teaching issue, though. So anyway, let's continue to fix this. We'll go to the next wormhole. Chillin'. Let me update the stream title. That works. Curious how you actually get to places you would want to bookmark, such as the middle of space between 2 celestial bodies. How do you even get there in the first place? Well, you warp between 2 things and drop a bookmark while you're in warp. See, here's another problem. It's like a lot of work to go back and fix mistakes sometimes. So like, you know, if you join the corp, take this seriously is what I'm asking. I have to go verify all these holes, change all the bookmarks. Or arc. At least he has the notation, right? He got the notation right. I'll give him that. I will give him that. Yeah, so someone want to know how you like get between these things. You would warp from here to here, and then you warp from there to there, drop bookmarks between them, and then warp between those, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it going. JBM next. The tedium of bookmark management, like asset man. Yeah, this isn't really that tedious if they do it right, but he really did fuck it up. He basically put the bookmarks in the wrong spot, cleared the registry, and then didn't delete the old bookmarks. It's like almost worst case scenario. But I'm going to explain his things publicly and we'll get him sorted out. If you just do it whenever you add bookmarks, you delete the old ones. It's very simple. But... And he went through them all and marked them all, right? It's just the map itself. It can be confusing, granted, but... The disappointing part is that we're doing things without knowing how they work, even though I've tried to help. Bad covert ops pilot. Why are they visible on D-scan? Abyssal is pretty loose. It's low sec. It's not a big deal. Umbriona. I did a whole segment about this in my Tale 10 episode. Juff 4. Ugh. Not a 10 yet? Yeah, there you go. You'll hear some conversation about bookmark categorization and whatnot. My damn man bun is too far forward. Backwards, whatever. Alright. Another one. I think probably what I'll end up doing is... Yeah, it's tough to say. I am not looking forward to doing this multiple times. I'm telling you right now, right? I don't have the guide written yet, but I know people are not going to read it before they mess with the map. So I'm wondering if like I'm supposed to opt into this. I've already killed a few co-op ships here, just sitting around doing fuck all uncloaked. Look at the J code on this one, 100009. That's a lot of zeros. Bunch of POS trash on D-Scan. Saber Venture. This game appears a lot harder to gain viewership for as a streamer than other games. I have no idea about that. I wouldn't say one of my goals is to gain viewership. But yeah, it's definitely a smaller game than most games, that's true. Low seg, best seg. What up, Joint Ops? How you doing? How you doing, man? How you doing? Almighty Blue with the follow. What up? What up? Ooh, Ark's actually on comms right now. What do you IL? This one's marked. Nice. I'm gonna write up real quick what the mistakes were. Just get it off my chest. All right, he got reamed out. He got reamed out for it. Anger. We're in a system called Anger. Interesting. I like that. All right. I have scolded the lineman. Gave him a spanking. Let's carry on, shall we? OJX. Eve doesn't have constant action like a lot of other games. Hell yeah. It's also, you know, kind of a niche game as far as MMOs are concerned. As far as viewership goes, like, yeah, I mean, certainly there's fewer people that watch Eve and it's more insular. But with that said, I don't know. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people that watch Eve. Maybe I'm just bugging. It's not like mainstream numbers no matter what, though. Don't tell them I'm watching from work. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hope you're having a good day, my man. Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Thanks for saying that. I hope you too. Hope you have an awesome week, bro. For real. For real. All right. I guess I gotta, after I'm done with the stream today, write up the tabby guide and maybe form a whitelist and have people join it rather than have them do it, because I'm never doing this again. This is actually worse than I thought. So I'll have them read the tabby guide and then join, and if they fuck it up, unwhitelist them until they agree to fix it. 1/3 of viewers are multi-boxing 2 plus Twitch accounts. Says Tupac. Very scientifically. Well, we know that's true for one person, Pagel and Dwayne. We know that's true for at least one person. We have facts. We have evidence on that one. All right, that was OJ. Let's go to the high sec. See if that's still there. Kashi. I'll do a whitelist, and essentially I'll manually add people to the whitelist. Everybody in the corp can see it, but only people that are on the whitelist can edit it. That's going to probably make me a lot happier. You can tell which ones were mine because they're on the whole. He was like 40 chess in a field of contact sports. Really? That seems kind of pompous. I don't know if I agree with that at all. Yeah, all these other games are so stupid. Eve, the intellectual powerhouse. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think Eve is for smart people. I mean, shit, I'm playing it. Can't be for that smarter people, yeah? So maybe you should test people before adding the whitelist? I'm okay with, if they want to do it, read the thing, join, and then if they make a mistake, remove them. I think Ark can do this, don't get me wrong. I just think that this is a lot of work to repair this damage that has been done to the mapper. Thinking about getting my second account up to Ishtar spinning exhuming, but making a third account to do degen frigate stuff and so on. I mean, why not? I don't see any issue with that. There's another common viewer that I think is 10 plus, but I don't see them in here because you aren't the big giveaway streamer they normally watch. I don't care, Tupac. I don't give a fuck. Right? I don't care. So, how's that? Carry. So carry's done. What's next? PvP. RVP. I thought it was PvP. I was like, shit. We're almost done. We got like 3 more SIGs left. Eve has a reputation in the gamer scene as a spreadsheet simulator. Yeah, we've all heard that one for sure. A lot of the economic stuff tends to be easily represented and worked with in spreadsheets. I like Chlor for the vibes. He's a cool dude and fun to chat with. Well, that's just objectively fucking wrong. But I'm allowing you to make that mistake. You know, I'm a benevolent dictator. $18, yeah. 2 more. Low and a 2. Can the Drizzler still drop officer mods? I have no idea. If they can, that's pretty amazing. I've never heard of that. Oh, maybe from like the culmination site. Yeah, maybe when like if the big sites can still spawn, maybe that can. I don't even know if that site can spawn or not, to be honest. It's possible. One more. One more. So for me, having the mapper actually right is like an important thing. So if people make mistakes, it's not the end of the world, but like this can't be a regular thing. That guy's kind of cool, so I'm sure he'll learn. What up, South Bay? Hope the day's been good. Yeah, we've been chilling, man. We've been chilling. Life's a little weird right now, but we making do. Chilling with the chatters. Enjoying that life. USK. Goes to Arton. And Vig finally goes to this C1. 23. Fantastic. Now we are fixed, folks. We are back at it. So now we have a sense of where things are going. It's already 6:42 p.m. Eastern, so these are probably going to cook for a while, I would imagine. I'm not actually sure. Sometimes they roll them a little bit later, but in another couple hours, these are going to be fixed. So that's kind of cool. It's good to have them figured out. I'm going to talk to Ark real quick when I'm done with the stream and figure that out. I'm also going to set up some Tabby stuff. I'm definitely not acting on any content. I've been streaming out for 4 hours, so it's time for your boy to get the fuck up out of here. But I'd like to remind you that, if you want to hang out and Tabby and chat with me on Discord, come join the Corp, put a character in it. It's nice and chill. We do accept spies. We'll help you build up your history for a spy character. That's fine. Just be honest about it. But I would love people that like to map and want to do exploration stuff to chill with and Tabby. As far as blobs go, next weekend I'll probably have a meeting in the Corp and figure out what we want to do there. Maybe we can switch to a fighting doctrine around Tabby. Be kind of funny. Nice change of pace. Anyway, cool stream. I will be on tomorrow. I will find some more stuff to do. Maybe we'll do something out of Tabby. Maybe we'll do some more J-Space stuff. I don't know. But it was an absolute pleasure today. Yeah. Thank you for coming. I love your pretty faces. Angenic says, have a nice night. Flat says 07. Dwayne says 07. Hell yeah. See you guys soon. Hey, my friendly fans over on YouTube, Stir Fry Rice and Waffle, South Bay Gladiator. Who else? Umbriona. ATL Rope Guy, Dan. Hope you have an awesome day. I will catch you guys tomorrow unless something crazy happens, and we'll get into some more fun. Goodbye, YouTube. Goodbye forever.